Of the Provo Municipal Council work session to order. Today is Tuesday, November 15th, 2021. Can our remote counselors hear us okay? Sound coming through okay? Okay, I see a thumbs up. Meetings of the Municipal Council are now being held in hybrid fashion. Members of the public may continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over. We encourage everyone.
Recording in progress.
We encourage everyone who is eligible to get vaccinated. Do I need to redo any of that? Okay. Please protect yourselves and others by following the protocols set by the CDC and our state and local health departments. Please stay safe and be kind. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. We have 5 members of the Municipal Council here in the chambers and 2 participating remotely. We also have Mayor Kafusi and our CAO Wayne Parker here with us on the dais, City Attorney Brian Jones, Executive Director of the Council Cliff Strachan, and other members of the administration and council staff are here with us as well. The opening prayer this afternoon will be provided by Councilor Shannon Ellsworth.
Progress.
This is, oh, it is on. The light doesn't come on. Our dear kind Father in heaven, we're grateful for this day and we're thankful for the opportunity to meet together and to counsel together and to consider the needs of individuals in our community and our community at large. We're grateful for our opportunities to live in Provo, for the natural resources that we're blessed with, for the friends and family that are nearby, and for the spirit of community that exists here. And we pray that thou will bless each of us with good reasoning and logic and with compassion, and please bless us that we can understand the needs of Provo today and in the future. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. Remember to mute and unmute your microphone as needed. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes. These are from August 3rd, 2021 council meeting, September 21st, 2021 council meeting, October 12th, 2021 council meeting, October 26th, 2021 work meeting, and October 26th, 2021 council meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? Seeing none, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. Our first item of council business is a presentation from the Housing Committee regarding an ordinance change for ADUs. And this item is to be presented by John Magnus, policy analyst, and Robert Mills, is that right? Oh, okay. And Scott Johnson, zoning administrator. Mr. Magnus.
Good afternoon, Council. So you had requested that we discuss code enforcement issues with the expansion of the accessory dwelling units, how that would be affected, how can they handle it, what are the problems, what issues we would be looking at. So we've set aside 30 minutes. Scott Johnson, Code Enforcement Administrator, is going to give you a presentation. After he is done, whatever time is left, we're going to start discussing what was approved by the Planning Commission and go through those step by step and see how the council feels about each of those decision points and how to move forward before we bring the final ordinance back on December 14th meeting for final approval. So we'll start with Scott first.
Just to advance it. Okay. Good afternoon, council. My name is Scott Johnson. I know I've met some of you. I haven't met all of you, so I just want to give a quick introduction of myself. I was hired last July to be the zoning administrator, replacing Carrie Walls after she decided it was her time to retire. I've done code enforcement for the city for a little over 5 years. I graduated from BYU with my master's in public administration degree about 7 years ago, and I'm happy and excited to be in this new position and working with the staff that I have now. Currently I have 5 code enforcement officers. 2 have been with me for just under 3 months as code enforcement officers. And then 1 secretary that we just hired 2 months ago. So we're working a lot on training right now, getting people up to speed, getting them understanding how to do code enforcement, what the appropriate steps are in investigating and processing notices of violation. And so we're going through some growing pains right now, but I'm confident that the staff that I have are coming along very nicely, and in a very short amount of time, I think we'll be able to have a good handle on the work that's going on in code enforcement for the city. So first of all, I just want to kind of go through the current process that we have set in place for approving accessory dwelling units in Provo. An applicant who wishes to legalize an accessory dwelling unit on their property first will apply through our portal website for a rental dwelling license. Their application is submitted and then reviewed by first our licensing department and then our zoning division. I have one code enforcement officer who solely reviews rental licenses and conducts inspections and on rental dwellings, and that includes accessory dwelling units. So she goes through and does the review of the application. We'll look at an example of that here in just a second. She does inspections of the dwelling to make sure that it meets health and safety requirements as well as all of the code requirements for accessory dwelling units. We allow for any time, if needed be, to make any corrections to the property or to the application, or address any other concerns that come up through either our review or inspection. And then once those are all been addressed, we conduct a re-inspection to make sure that we can verify that the property as a total does meet the requirements for an accessory dwelling unit. Once we're able to do that, we do create some paperwork that the owner does sign, has notarized, and gets recorded on title of the property. And we'll take a look at that document here as well in just a minute. Then we approve the rental dwelling license for the accessory dwelling unit. And this is something that the applicant is required to renew on an annual basis by paying their annual fees for their rental license. So for the zoning review, we look at this as a great opportunity to look at the property as a whole, to see what's going on, looking at the history of, specifically, we start with looking at any open code enforcement cases that may be pending that we're investigating, so that we can address any concerns that are in that complaint with the property owner. And then we look at any previously recorded documents regarding any occupancy restrictions that may be in place on that property. And then as we review the application itself, as you see on screen here, this is a screenshot of an example of what our system will show us as we're reviewing the application itself. And as we look at this, we're looking at the classification. So what type of application are they applying for? If they're applying for a duplex, when they should be applying for an accessory apartment, or vice versa. We look at that, and those are, a potential red flag that just makes us stop and say, hey, what's going on here? We need to talk a little bit about this to help you understand what the appropriate type of license you need to be applying for. We look at the mailing address. If it is the same or different from the address of the property that they're applying for, potentially could be a red flag. If we're requiring owner occupancy for accessory dwelling units and they provide a mailing address that's different from the property itself, that throws up a red flag. Maybe they're not living there and we need to address that with them. And so we do that. We look at the total number of units that they're applying for. And one of the most important things is the zone. When they put in the information for the property that they're applying for, our system automatically reviews that against our GIS and puts in the zoning information. And so if the property lies in a zone that doesn't allow for an accessory apartment, we address that with the applicant and let them know that this isn't something that they can legally do, and we deny their license. If at that point, there's reason for us to believe that there's something going on that needs to be addressed through enforcement efforts, we open a case and begin investigating further into what's going on to see if there's any enforcement actions that do need to take place. Along with our review, there are some documents that the applicant is required to submit. Proof of ownership, a copy of the owner's driver's license. Those are required for all rental dwelling licenses. Specifically with accessory dwelling units, we also require a site plan so we can review what the parking situation is on the property and address any concerns that it may have against what our code requires. We also require a floor plan of the property, requiring all levels, having rooms labeled so that we know what rooms are being used as bedrooms or sleeping rooms, so that when we're doing our health and safety inspection, we know which rooms need to have appropriate egress windows, or places where maybe handrails or guardrails may be required if they're not in place when we do our inspection. If those documents aren't submitted, we do not we don't conduct an inspection of the property until we have those in place. Once we do have those in place, if there are any concerns that come up through our review process, we send a letter in writing to the applicant, letting them know of any concerns that we have and give them a deadline to come and either contact us by email, phone call, or come in and talk to us to resolve any concerns, or submit new documents that would clarify any concerns that we had. And so once we feel comfortable enough to move forward, we conduct an inspection of the property. Like I said, to verify that all the things are in place, then make sure the property does meet all the requirements. Once we're able to verify that the property does meet all the requirements for the accessory apartment, this is the form that we have in our system that's created to have the property owner sign and has recorded on title of the property. A couple points I want to mention on this is the bottom part of the first paragraph. It states that this agreement is non-transferable. Future owners who would like to utilize the apartment must obtain a rental license and accessory apartment agreement in their name. So we, right at the get-go, as they sign this, we encourage them to make sure they read and understand it. And this is clearly stating that for anyone in the future looking to purchase the property, if they want to utilize the accessory apartment, they need to go through this process themselves and have these documents signed in their names. Has some general information about the property itself. We contact our engineering department to have an address assigned to the accessory apartment if one has not been done, has not been assigned previously. It allows us to mark where the location of the accessory apartment is on the property, talks about occupancy restrictions, and if at any point those restrictions change, we'll make sure that this form does get updated to reflect accurately what the code requires. And then last of all, by signing this document, the owner is agreeing that they will allow Provo staff to make any inspections of the home within reasonable hours and with reasonable prior notification, so that we can verify and determine compliance with Provo City ordinances regarding accessory apartments. So that's the process that we go through with approving accessory dwelling units currently. In a lot of the discussions with potential changes to the current code, some questions have come to my attention that I would like to address quickly. And then if you have any additional questions, I'll be happy to answer those as well. So first of all, there's been discussion about how our enforcement efforts, whether we're being proactive or reactive with our enforcement. We do both. Proactive enforcement at times is harder than reactive, but we do have ways where we're able to be a little proactive in our enforcement. An example specifically, Jessica, who's our code enforcement officer who handles rental licenses, received 2 emails that were automatically generated from our system, letting her know that 2 of the rental dwelling licenses for accessory dwelling units had become delinquent. So the owner had not paid their dues on time, and it was subject to being canceled. She contacted each of the applicants via email, letting them know that by code, they're required to keep their license up to date and have all their fees paid, and asked them to verify a little bit of information just so that we knew for sure whether or not they were still utilizing the accessory apartment correctly. Within hours, one of the applicants was in our office, paid the fees, verified all the information, and we were able to process their application. The second applicant, to this date, she hasn't heard anything yet. The compliance date that she provided hasn't come up yet. She has a reminder set up in her calendar so that when that compliance date does come, if the applicant hasn't updated their license, paid their fees, given us the information that we've requested, their license will be denied and a code enforcement case will be open so that we can investigate further to see what's going on the property. So that's one example of things that we're doing currently to proactively look at potential violations with accessory dwelling units. Another concern that I know is something that comes up very often with code enforcement in general, questions from complainants of, is my complaint even being addressed? Does somebody at the city have it? Are they looking at it? Do they even know that this is a concern that we have? This is something that I, as the zoning administrator, am working on improving in my division. I've directed my staff that as they receive new complaints, they're to contact the complainant within 1 business day to let them know that they're the code enforcement officer over that area. They've received their complaint. If there's any additional information that they have that they would like to give to us that might help us in our investigation, we'd be happy to hear that. And if they have any questions moving forward, they're welcome to contact us directly. Along with that, with our new portal system, as people put in complaints through portal, our system automatically generates emails out to them as our code enforcement cases go through the process. This is an example of one email that does get sent out. As we finish our investigation and determine that a notice of violation is warranted, we send the notice violation out and update the system saying that we've sent it out. And the portal system will automatically send an email to the applicant letting them know that the status has changed to notice order sent. And that's what that means, that a notice of violation has been sent out. And then it has our contact information. So if they have any questions or concerns about the email that they've received, they can contact us directly. And I've had multiple people, since this has been in place, contact me, whether it's, oh, hey, why did I get this email that says that this case was closed? And I explain what the process that we had gone through and why they received that email. There we go. Another concern that has been discussed is regarding short-term rentals being used in accessory dwelling units. By code, short-term rentals are not allowed in residential zones. Residential zones are the only zones where accessory dwelling units are allowed. So by code, accessory dwelling units cannot be used as short-term rentals. I understand, and it is definitely a concern for me, that there will be people, and there are people today that use their properties in ways the code doesn't allow. Education is one way that I think us as staff could do better at making sure people understand that. We have a number of tools in our tool belt when it comes to enforcing that we are able to utilize. One good tool that we've utilized recently that's been very helpful with us is our data scraping program called Granicus. I think it used to be called Host Compliance. It's been very helpful in allowing us to investigate and research the history of a property being used as a rental or as a short-term rental. We've had instances where we've confronted property owners with the information that we've gained off of Granicus, and they've said, well, oh yeah, okay, I've been doing it, I'll stop. We've had others that we've gone further in our enforcement and are in the middle of working with our legal department on pursuing further enforcement actions against them for utilizing their property as short-term rentals. So we have tools that allow us to investigate and help us in our investigation. Granicus isn't our only tool, but it is a big tool and it's been very helpful for us so far.
If I could jump in real quick. I was part of a committee that when we were looking at short-term rentals and some of the different software solutions that were out there, and some of the vendors, when they came in to talk to us, we were able to ask questions. And one of the questions we asked is, this data scraping tool, can it only be used on short-term rentals, or could it be used on rentals generally? Noting that at least at points, we have felt like there are likely a lot of rentals currently, long-term rentals happening in Provo that do not have RDLs.
Right.
And at least the salesperson that was there presenting the software said that they felt like that was something that could be done as well. And so I'm not looking for an answer right now, but just kind of to plant the seed that if you're not using it that way, this might be a useful tool as well to educate people who are renting without RDLs, and this software might be able to help you reach out to them.
Yeah, I'm happy to look into that and get back to you, or we can discuss it in different, maybe the zoning committee can look over that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So another concern that has been brought up is, how are we prioritizing our complaints or the potential demands that would come from expanding accessory dwelling units throughout the city? Currently, as I've stated, we have one full-time staff member who is dedicated solely to reviewing and approving rental dwelling licenses, which includes the accessory dwelling units. I know you as a council has approved for my division to gain one more staff member to bring us back up to 6 code enforcement officers, which is what we were at prior to COVID. My expectation with that new code enforcement officer is to have them paired with Jessica in reviewing rental licenses and accessory dwelling units, as well as having a small caseload of code enforcement cases to work through. And so that along with information that staff has done with the research on other cities around that have been implementing increases in accessory dwelling units based on the state requirements. There's a question as to whether or not Provo will see a giant impact. If the data we're seeing from other cities is comparative to let me rephrase that. If what happens in Provo is comparative to what's being seen in other cities, we don't see it being a big influx in demand on our staff. There may be an initial influx. I feel confident that we'll be able to work through it and put our nose to the grindstone and get them worked through. Yes.
I just had a question about that. Thank you. That's very helpful. I mean, I think that's on everybody's mind right now, is the issue of enforcement. Do you, when you talked about reactive and proactive, I suppose there's different ways to define what both of those would involve. I hear a lot of cases where I'm not sure if maybe nobody's ever reported it. I mean, you know, I just hear people saying, "Oh, I got 4 people on my street that are, you know, look like they're illegally using ADUs." And I don't know, oftentimes when I hear stories like that, I don't necessarily know right away. I've asked, you know, has anyone reported them? Sometimes they don't know. I guess my question is and maybe this will help address some anxiety that I think is in the public, and that I myself worry about is, you know, will there be sort of a growth of illegal practices that are either harder to see or nobody's reporting, and we don't have a proactive measure to try to identify. I mean, I don't want to do anything that becomes draconian and, using drones to like float over the houses and make sure everybody's parking appropriately. But I mean, I think people want some reassurance that there aren't problems under the radar. Because here you're talking about people who voluntarily come to the city and say, I want to comply, so I want an RDL, or you have complaints that you can identify and you can track, but clearly there's going to be some category that doesn't fit in either of those, right? There are people who don't want to be seen and turn out not to be turned in or complained about. Is there? And maybe I'm just curious what we do about that. How do we reduce that anxiety and have the assurance that we're actually seeing more compliance?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, if nobody complains about it and we don't have a good avenue of seeking out the violations that nobody's complaining about, you know, what do we do? I think that's a good question that, you know, that would be important to discuss more deeply. I think, you know, staff can definitely brainstorm some ideas. I like what Councilman Harding said. You know, if the data scraping software works for rental license, you know, for rental dwellings, maybe it can pick up some of the, you know, properties that are being used as accessory dwelling units as well, because they would have a rental aspect to it. And so that may be an opportunity for us to find one way of seeking out those opportunities.
But you're confident that at least with the staff that we will have come January, that you don't anticipate having difficulty at least addressing the cases that come through the system, both the applications and the complaints?
Correct. Yeah. If the data that we're seeing in other cities is accurate to what will happen in Provo, then I don't have very much concern that we won't be able to. So to put that in more positive way instead of the double negative, I am confident that our staff will be able to work through the influx of licenses that do come in, as well as any complaints that come in. And part of my perspective in looking at this is if we do open up citywide, or however we expand it, it's creating more opportunity for people to become compliant. And so there may not be as many complaints or potential
You might have
violations.
an immediate rush of all the people who've been sort of doing it anyway, and now they're going to say, okay, now I might as well formally apply since I won't get in trouble at this point.
Right. And based on the data that we've seen, that's the initial wave is people that have been doing it and they're like, oh, hey, now I can do it legally. I better go in and get it legalized so I don't get in trouble. And if, you know, like I'll show in I think one of the next slides, I'm regularly reviewing the caseload and of all my staff members to see how they're doing, where they're needing maybe a little additional help or a little training to help understand what the next step needs to be on the cases that they're facing. It's something I'm doing on a regular basis as a zoning administrator now. And, you know, we're working through a lot of older cases and I'm seeing a lot of progress in what my staff is doing currently.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I jump back to the application process? says there needs to be a site map and a house,
A floor plan.
a floor plan. So a site plan, a floor plan. I just want to make sure that, are these things that, you know, somebody who's not technical could just create for you?
Yeah.
I don't want there to be any barriers here because somebody's intimidated by this process.
Yeah, often we say, you know what, go to Google, the Google satellite and just print off, a full sheet of that, mark on there where your parking is, and that's a site plan for us.
Okay.
So very simple. Floor plan would be something that they can hand draw out themselves. It doesn't have to be technical, just as long as it's, roughly to scale so that we can have a good visual of, where the bedrooms are, where any stairwells or any place that would potentially need handrails and guardrails or, bathrooms, kitchens, those types of things.
Okay. And as far as paying the fee, submitting these documents, it can all happen electronically, I would hope.
Yeah, it's all through the portal website. They're able to pay all the fees.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we talked about, the staff and the staffing of the code enforcement.
Mhm.
And, come January, you'll be up to the staff level that you were pre-pandemic.
Right.
Pre-pandemic, we weren't looking to expand ADUs. I appreciate the confidence that you have that you'll be able to handle any influx. I guess my concern on this is I've been concerned that your division has been understaffed for your regular workload, up till this point. I understand that there's some new leadership and some we've all received a few monthly reports that we didn't in the past, and so I don't want to judge too much on the future based on years in the past, and I think these past few months have been very positive, and I'm very encouraged and want to be as supportive as I can. But yeah, in looking at, one additional staff member in January, that gets us to where we were previously. And I feel like previously, perhaps you were understaffed, not just on RDLs and ADUs, but generally. And I feel like we're contemplating a fairly significant change that I think will bring significant benefits to the city. And so in tandem with that, I'm definitely open to the idea of adding an additional code enforcement officer, whether to help out with the RDLs or to kind of fill in the space, because we're putting so much effort on the RDLs and ADUs to cover all of the other aspects that your division handles. I appreciate that it sounds like there's a review currently on the RDL fees. And so I think, I don't even, yeah. Anyway, my point is I appreciate your confidence that you can handle it. But if you feel, and if the council feels that your division could benefit by having another code enforcement officer, I think we should definitely be open to it based on the scope of what we're currently considering. I think it justifies that. And so I'm definitely open to that discussion of adding one more.
Thank you. I'm definitely open to, having more staff members that can help, level out the load and get to complaints more quickly, as well as potentially opening up to finding more ways to be a little more proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah, I just remember thinking back to some of the recent reports. I would say that your number of open cases is about a 12-month, 10-month, 11-month load, meaning of the number of so that speaks to the number of months that cases are open and things like that. And I would rather kind of you talked about efficiency, and I absolutely love to hear that as well. And I think you're already implementing some of that things, but I'd rather get on top of it, and then through natural attrition, if you get on top of it and things are handled quickly, and the public, we've talked about this a little bit as well, but if the public realizes better education and, gets to the point where people feel like, well, if, there's a credible chance that I'm going to be enforced on if I don't follow these zoning rules, fewer people may choose to violate those things. And so there may be less enforcement that's necessary. So we may be able to scale back, but I think at this point, I'd almost like to get on top of it. And then in the future, we may be able to scale back as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just to kind of talk, I guess, a little bit about that. One of the questions that came to me was, what is the staffing situations of cities around our area? And this may work towards or against what we were just talking about. In Provo, we have 5, soon to be 6 full-time code enforcement officers. Orem has 2 full-time and 1 part-time intern. Vineyard has 1 full-time staff member who only spends half their time working on code enforcement. Spanish Fork, same situation. They have 1 police officer who spends half their time working on code enforcement issues. And after I got this all put together, I was able to get information from Pleasant Grove, who recently just started with 1 staff member doing code enforcement as well. So for what it's worth, we're from a staff perspective, we're far and above the cities around us. But if you as a council feel that we could use more staff, I will not say no.
If I may,
Sure.
just really quick, this is eye opener. Thank you for sharing this information. I'm curious, what is their average case, the time to resolve cases in these areas, in some of these other cities? If we're at 6 and our cases are open roughly 10 to 12 months, I'm curious what their averages are. Are they much lower? That's eye-opening numbers there. So I'm curious how that plays out on the other side.
I am as well. I spoke with the director in Spanish Fork a little bit about, how it works for them. And if I remember the conversation correctly, they have a fair amount of work that they're going through. They go, on a case by case basis. He didn't give any indication as to, what type of lead times that they have on getting cases worked through. And same with Orem, they are just simply as a case comes in, that's the next one that they work. And so, I would be curious to know. I'd be more than happy to reach out to these municipalities again and find out some more information on their backlog of cases as well.
Councillor Hoban.
Hey, thank you. And yeah, very, very good info. I will say that Vineyard
I see your hand up. Did you have a comment or question? I guess we'll some kind of connection difficulty, or we'll come back to
You
him.
can't hear me?
Go ahead.
No.
Pardon? Councillor Hoban, I was just advised that you seem.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Very good.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I did wrong there. Well, thanks for the info. Very enlightening. One thing to keep in mind is Vineyard has a population of 7,000 and Spanish Fork has a population of 40,000. But it is kind of curious why Orem at a population of 100,000 would have so fewer than us. I wonder if maybe, I don't know. We'd have to dig into those numbers. One thing, I guess in general, so we still hear so it looks like you have good processes and such, but we still hear about, complaints aren't being addressed, or there's not enough enforcement happening. We hear this back we hear this feedback from citizens. And so I'm curious, in those areas where maybe there's not as much enforcement happening, or there are more challenges with enforcement, or we hear more complaints about either lack of enforcement. What do you think the challenge is there? I mean, given that you have process in place, you have the staff, and I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but what do you think? Why do you think that is, that there still is an impression that, well, there's not enough enforcement happening, or there isn't enforcement happening, or whatever? Why do you think we get that feedback?
I think there's a few things that play into that in our current atmosphere. One is through COVID, it put a lot of strain on our staff's ability to go out and investigate some types of complaints, particularly occupancy, because everyone was concerned about contacting with people that maybe had some contact with somebody that had COVID. So there were concerns there. Staffing levels were lowered. They're just getting back up to where they were now. And now with having new staff members hired on, getting them trained and up to speed, we're definitely working through a backlog of cases that we believe should have been worked sooner, but due to various constraints that we just were not able to at the time. And so we're working very hard to get through those. I actually have a meeting with my staff tomorrow to look at some of the oldest cases that we have to see what the next step is and what we need to do to get these processed along and get them off of our books, whether it's get them compliance or get them moved in the process so that we're taking them before a judge so that they can explain to a judge why they're not compliant with our code.
Okay. Two more questions. One would be, when you do that inspection at the beginning, so when they apply and you go inspect the home, you're going on site, you're walking through it. Is that correct? And then
Correct.
Does that happen annually on a renewal basis, or is it just when they first apply?
So by code with rental dwellings, the code allows us to inspect a property once every 3 years. Historically, we haven't had the staff to do that. I don't believe that we currently have the staff to be able to do that for all of the rental dwellings throughout the entire city of Provo. That would be quite a large undertaking, I believe. And so, no, we're not going back and inspecting on an annual basis. Currently, we are only inspecting, well, I won't say only. Our primary mode of inspection is upon somebody applying for a rental dwelling license, whether it be an accessory dwelling unit or a regular dwelling unit. We conduct inspections at that point in time. A few years ago, when I first started as a code enforcement officer, we weren't even doing that. We were only inspecting rental properties when we got complaints that there was a health and safety concern. And so a couple of years ago, we decided to start being a little more proactive. And once we got a new rental dwelling license come in, we said, look, it's been at least 3 years since we've had an inspection of your property. We need to do an inspection before we can approve your license. And that's been a good thing for us. We've seen a lot of small things, but a lot of things on almost every property that we've been to that have needed to be addressed.
Okay. And then I guess my last question is, if somebody is non-compliant, or, what kind of penalties or kind of teeth do we have to our laws? I know the state, with their recent mandate or legislation they passed, basically enabled cities to place liens on homes that were not compliant, as kind of something that could have a little teeth to the law. What do we do currently there?
Yeah, so currently, for the most part, we don't utilize something that we do have in our code. Title 17 allows us to issue fines against non-compliant property owners. It's something that I'm aware of and I'm looking into, and I'll be addressing with my staff and my supervisor to see and our legal team to see how best to implement that moving forward. We think, we've had some discussions internally about with accessory dwelling units. This may be a good tool to utilize so that it's more of a financial risk to illegally rent out accessory dwelling units or other things. So it's definitely, we do have a couple options. Having the fines is one that we're looking at implementing more actively in our process. But our current process is that we take them to court if they're unwilling to come into compliance voluntarily.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a comment about the enforcement thing. That's been discussed a lot lately, and I've been thinking about it a little bit. The other day, I was sitting on my balcony and I was watching I-15 traffic. And I was thinking about this enforcement question, and I was thinking to myself, what percentage of vehicles traveling in I-15 are exceeding the speed limit? And I don't mean how many are driving faster than their neighbors or fast enough that it's a danger, but how many are driving faster than 70? The percentage is super high. So then I thought to myself, what kind of resources would Highway Patrol need to stop all speeding, if that were the objective, right? And you can think about it, you can apply it to Provo with inside our city limits, right? Sometimes I hear this conversation about code enforcement, and it sounds to me like the expectation is no code violations should ever occur. And if they do occur, they should be immediately punished. And if you translate that over into the criminal arena, if your expectation was, we want to have a police force that guarantees that no crimes will occur in Provo, what kind of police force would that take? I think if you went and you asked our police, first of all, I think they'd tell you it was impossible. And then secondly, I think they would tell you that the bill would be dozens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And so from my perspective, and I apologize to Bill and Scott, because I didn't even mention this to them before, but it may be helpful to them in my mind to have some quantification of what it is that the policy objective is, right? If the policy objective is no code violations happen, then okay, that's fine, but tell them that and then say, come back to us with what your budget would need to be to make that happen. And I think that will immediately not be the goal anymore. Right? If on the other hand, if you say, well, I think the goal ought to be that every complaint that gets processed, that gets submitted to you, gets processed and processed within a reasonable amount of time, and you have maybe a discussion about what a reasonable amount of time is, my guess is you probably come back and get the answer that that's actually what's happening. But one of the other things that I thought of was, as I was engaging in this mental exercise, is that when you think about it in this terms of speeding, when you're driving down the road, who hasn't had the opportunity, the experience where somebody goes flying past you and you think to yourself, where's a cop when you need them, right? But 30 seconds later, that's gone, right? The person is on their way and they're not in your experience anymore. Whereas a code enforcement violation is happening next door to you and you experience it every day, right? And so it weighs on your mind and the timeframes seem more unreasonable to you as the observer of the experience, but there still, just for budget reasons, needs to be an element of reasonability and recognize. I'm not exactly sure what Councillor Harding was referring to about the timeframes before, because I don't remember where those numbers came from, but I don't remember whether those numbers include time inside code and community and neighborhood services before it reaches legal, or if it's start to finish. But once it reaches legal, there's a lengthy time frame which is controlled by the courts and over which we have no control, right? So it seems to me that rather than kind of saying if the goal is we don't want people to ever complain to us anymore that code enforcement isn't happening, I guess I would suggest to you, I don't think that's a reasonable goal. So I think a more reasonable goal is for the council to think, well, what do we think is reasonable? And let's ask code enforcement what it would take for them to do that. And again, my guess is they're actually probably pretty close, if not already there, once you define for them what it is that you want.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Hanley.
That's stimulates a thought for me. That's very helpful, Brian, as always. I mean, I think for me, it seems reasonable to expect that when people file a complaint, they should be able to have some transparency about the process and rely on that communication. I love the fact that you've got that 24-hour goal so that there's an immediate contact and then presumably some update. And we've had much better communication from Bill about, and presumably also from you about what's going on. And I think that's extremely helpful because we get a lot of complaints from citizens all the time. And so it gets very confusing for us because we don't know the circumstances and we're trying to be responsive ourselves. So I think that seems to me a premium priority is just making sure that we're very responsive and very transparent and communicative so that there's a sense that this is a system that's actually working. With regard to ADUs, for me, a meaningful goal is, I feel like there's just no question in my mind that there's both a pro and a con to any expansion of ADUs. The pro is that we are potentially opening up all kinds of housing opportunities that are not currently available on our market that we need. And one of the advantages of that is that it could make home purchasing more affordable for more people. So that's a huge plus. The big negative is that it could lead to increased abuses of the law that says it has to be owner occupied. And we haven't gotten into the weeds about parking and all those other things. But if there's some way in which we minimize those deficits and then I think we maximize the benefits. I don't think we have to do anything to make those benefits more available to more people as long as the violations are kept to a minimum. And I do think it's important. What Brian's saying, I think is important is that when people complain about this, I think I've had similar conversations with citizens where I'm saying, well, if you really want a foolproof system, then we don't want democracy. We got to come up with something else. That's why I was alluding to drones or whatever else. We could develop systems of control that are just utterly unacceptable. So I don't think we want, and we don't like the friction within neighborhoods that sometimes occurs between neighbors, right? So we would like a law that's very clear. And I'm adding one more thing that it occurs to me. You mentioned education. I think that's hugely important. I think that just the more people understand what the law is, and then it seems like the opportunity for tension or the opportunity for people tattling on one another or violations themselves goes down because there's sort of a clearer sense. My sense is that I've heard from a number of citizens on this ADU thing, and they've said things like, well, in certain neighborhoods, it's almost unthinkable that someone would do something in a house that's illegal and no one would know about it because everyone knows each other so well. So, or in the parking permit areas of the city, everyone knows that there's such strict rules about parking that they would know immediately when there was some problem. So there are local conditions that seem, when there's clarity about expectations, both the violations and the tension seem to go down. So that feels to me like maybe I didn't quantify that enough to everyone's satisfaction, but it does feel like to me that if our system is really working well and people have the confidence that if I report something will happen, then it seems to me like that helps us enormously with the process. So.
Councilor Harding.
Thank you. This presentation has been super helpful. I think as Councilor Hanley just mentioned, perhaps one of the biggest anxieties about the ADU proposal that we're considering is I think a lot of people look at ADUs and say, if done right, they're wonderful. But our fear is if we don't enforce or if we don't have credible enforcement, then we could be, harming our neighborhoods. And so this has been very helpful from that perspective. In preparing for this item, the title, a presentation from the Housing Committee regarding an ordinance change for ADUs, and maybe that just didn't get updated or whatever, but guess I was hopeful that we might be discussing more than just enforcement. Again, absolute key aspect of it, but there's been some discussion of, should we be considering a more phased implementation? And I believe staff has a recommendation on, if we wanted to go a phased route, what the best way to do that would be. I personally am still of the opinion we should move this citywide. But to even have that discussion about should we look at a phased approach, I think we should have that fleshed out. And my understanding is at least on the Housing Committee, we worked on, one draft language that could be approved that would make it citywide. But if we wanted a phased implementation, having watched the Planning Commission discussion that was brought up, like if we wanted to recommend, a phased implementation, has that been written up? And it hasn't. That would need to be done. There's been discussions on internal connections and occupancy and all of these aspects that I was hoping we would talk about today. I'm guessing we may not have time to get through all of that today. So I move that we place this item on the agenda for the 30th. And I know that there's some things that are not ideal about that, but I do think that this is critical enough. I think we should maybe in the time we have left, give some indications on variations that we want to have available to us. That if we add an additional code enforcement officer, that there's a time limit on that, or a noticing time frame that we have to meet on that. Let's talk about some of these things. With at least my goal is to have this have this resolved and have a vote on this by the end of the year, based on that time frame. I think is at least based on the state's actions with HB 82, and I'll leave it at that. But I do think that this is something that has some urgency behind it. So my motion is that we add this to the agenda for the 30th for the discussion, with the idea that we probably won't have it fully resolved then, but at least then we'll make some movement on it on the 30th, and then hopefully we can have a final decision by the 14th of December.
Is the motion for the work meeting agenda or the council agenda?
Ideally both, but the motion is only for the council meeting agenda. And then as leadership, I think it makes sense to have it in the work meeting as well, but I'll leave that up to you. But I think my motion would be to have it on the council meeting agenda on the 30th is what the motion is.
One question I have about that, the one reason we had held off putting it on the 30th is that it was our understanding that 2 council members wouldn't be available to participate on that day. Is that still the case? And so that's where we were leaning toward a work meeting and council meeting on the 14th, December 14th. But
yeah, that's still my case, unfortunately. But I think we can be having, I think having it there, I think we can have the discussion. And if 4 counselors, if we can get 4 votes for whatever on that day, then great. We don't have to talk about it on the 16th. I do kind of suspect that sorry, I said 16th, I meant 14th. My expectation is it will probably need 2 times to be discussed as well. So either way, but yeah, I like I said, I see that it's not ideal, but I think between those 2 options of starting it on the 14th or starting it on the 30th, I think my preference would be the 30th, which is why I made that motion.
okay, we have a motion by Mr. Harding, Mr. Strachan.
Obviously, I can't second that, but no, the reason I raised my hand was you're not talking about having a discussion then on the code enforcement part, because that's when you said this, which is what this item has been today, but you're talking about the next steps for the ADU ordinance. So right now, the Planning Commission has seen language that is based on the idea that we expand it citywide. Unless you're going to make, if you're going to make changes in the work meeting and then adopt, or if you're going to adopt that language or make changes to it in that meeting, you can do it the same night. If you have to put it off to, 2 weeks to allow staff to redraft things. We're just wondering about the timing, because you mentioned about putting them on both the same morning or the afternoon and evening meetings.
So do we want a second before we discuss it, or, and I'm happy to discuss
Usually
it.
we ask for a second before we discuss. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it so we can have the discussion.
Okay, second by Mr. Hanley.
Okay, thank you. So I was actually hoping that maybe with the time that we had today that we could discuss, like, is it worth asking staff to draft up, if we wanted a phased implementation based on their recommendation, what could we actually have that way as we make these as we discuss this, if we decide to go one way or another, we have that already written. And so that would be my preference. But if we get, if we get to the 30th, if we have a discussion and we realize, well, neither of what's written is exactly what we want, that still gives us 2 weeks for staff to, make any changes requested and still bring it back for the 14th of December.
Mr. Fillmore.
I guess I just don't share the same sense of urgency that Councilman Harding does. This issue is beset with a significant level of complexity, and citizens feeling strongly on multiple sides of this issue. I'm in favor of having it come before our work meeting again, so we can have a fuller discussion than we're going to have today. But I would not be in favor of having it on the the regular meeting agenda on the 30th.
And one other point of clarification, it was our understanding that the Housing Committee had requested that this particular discussion would be focused on the enforcement aspect of it.
I apologize. I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
I have some comments, but they aren't necessarily related to the motion. Do you want to wait until after you take a vote?
Yeah, we should probably do that. And just a reminder, we're probably looking at a pretty long day and pretty long night here. So whatever any of us can do to be efficient in our discussions here would be helpful. Is there any further discussion on the motion to add this to the add a discussion to the agenda for both work meeting and council meeting on the 30th, correct?
The motion is only for the council meeting.
For the council.
And if leadership feels that it's, we should have it on the work meeting, I would absolutely support that as well. But the motion is just for the council
For the
meeting.
council meeting on the 30th. Thank you. Mr. Shipley.
So I'll just say I'm not going to be able to be there to vote on the 30th. And so obviously I'd prefer to be there to vote. Having said that, I was hoping that today's discussion would get to the point. I don't think we're going to be able to flesh out what Mr. Harding was talking about as far as internal connections, occupancy, parking, and whether or not we phase or whether or not we go all together. I've reviewed what the Planning Commission did, and I feel like they kind of put it back in our court to say, I think we thought we were putting it in their court to give us a suggestion on, how this should look. And they basically said, well, let's push this forward and allow the council to decide that. And so I feel like there were at least two commissioners saying, I have some reservations about this, but let's let the council decide. So for me, I don't mind the conversation starting on the 30th. I guess that's a long way of saying I think that can start. I would prefer obviously to be part of the final discussion, but we do need to flesh out, some of these parts of it, before I think we can get to a point where we can vote.
Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, kind of piggybacking on what Councillor Shipley just said. Remember that you do actually have a draft ordinance in front of you from the Planning Commission, right? Now, remember also that the history, the background of this is that the council spent a lot of time talking about this in what's in kind of a reverse of the normal procedure, where normally you wouldn't even the council wouldn't even start considering something like this until it had already been to planning commission, and then you were actually reviewing the staff recommendation and the planning commission recommendation. Well, this issue was thorny enough that staff came to you and tried to get a preview of council policy considerations. A few weeks ago, because there seemed to be kind of developing or not developing a consensus about those policy directions, we suggested, well, let's follow the normal procedure and send the most expansive version to the planning commission, not because the council is saying we like the most expansive version, but because that gives you the most options when it comes back to you. And as Councillor Shipley has said, planning commission's now sent that back to you. When we met in the housing committee, I think it was last week, I made the suggestion that whenever it is that this comes back to council, my opinion and it's just my opinion, but my opinion for efficiency's sake is, it's my sense there's probably past time for the council to keep talking about brainstorming an idea that there's consensus behind. And it's probably time to just take the ordinance that has been sent to you. And if anybody doesn't like something about it, that counselor makes a motion to change it in some way. And that motion passes or doesn't pass. And the next counselor who wants to change something makes a motion, and that motion that passes or doesn't pass. And when you've exhausted all the motions that would modify what's in front of you, you vote on what's left. And you either have a solution or nothing passes and you start over with trying to figure out how to deal with that. But I guess I would say from my own perspective as potentially someone who may have to work on drafting some of those changes, it does seem better to me to start making those motions sooner rather than later, whether that's in a work session, whether that's today, whether that's in a work session on the 30th. I have some concerns about us not getting to that step of the process until the evening of December 14th.
Yeah, and we certainly plan to have a work meeting on the 14th, but that wouldn't give a lot of time between then and the evening meeting. I'm happy to discuss it on the 30th. I just wondered, because of the nature of this, if there's going to be enough votes with two counselors absent to kind of.
My only concern is about a continuation. If we're confident, if we're committed to having a final vote on the 14th, I'll withdraw my motion. My concern is if we do it on the 30th, it forces us to flesh out some things, but we could do that without, fair enough. But if we do it on the 30th, then that's the first hearing, the public's here, the public, says something that we hadn't thought about, or, and the council says, let's take a little more time on that. That still allows us to fall back onto the 14th when all of us will be here and we'll be able to make a final decision. My fear is if we just wait to the 14th, it gets continued then. A new council needs to be brought up to speed. I do feel like there's some urgency in here. There's at least one legal opinion that the way that the state law is written, the state law says they are permitted everywhere, unless the city, anyway. So I feel some urgency to this. I think this is an item that should be wrapped up this year with this council. While listening to all the public and listening to everyone, let's do that. But if we can get it done on the 14th without doing it on the 30th, I'm open to that. I just don't want to see it come up for the first hearing on the 14th and then get continued.
That actually does raise a point. Since it did come from the planning commission, the first evening meeting that we discussed this would be considered a first hearing, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
So
And
by
it could
definition,
be-
need to go to
So
the
it could be
second one.
continued by the request of any two council members. Now, the follow-on comment I wanted to make, and I apologize because I don't like to potentially undermine a standing motion, but if the general feeling is that the main purpose of handling it on the 30th is to get some of those clarifications out of the way rather than to actually approve the ordinance, maybe work session is actually the better place for that. Maybe at work session is a time where without needing to take public comment and the council can start making some of those motions and see if there is a majority for some of the potential modifications. And counselors who aren't here, again, I know this makes it awkward, but counselors who aren't here, who have motions they want to make, if nobody else on the council is in favor of that motion, it's probably not going to pass. So maybe they can reach out to somebody that they know is also in favor of the issue and suggest that person make the motion on their behalf while they're gone, and some things could be fleshed out. But that's just a suggestion and maybe exceeding my place.
Thank you. And if there's a majority who would like to vote on the 14th, then we should have the first hearing on the 30th then, because of our council rules.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I'm persuaded that in the interest actually of something Bill mentioned, or Mr. Fillmore mentioned, I think the more public comment we can get, the better. And the more discussion of this, even if it's in a shorter time period, the better. Although I don't, if we're not ready to decide on the 14th, then we're not ready to decide on the 14th. But I think it would be helpful to all of us on the council if we heard public input on the 30th. So that's why I think I would like it to be in the evening, just for that sake alone. Although I think Mr. Jones's comments are well taken. So I would even be open to both, work session and evening on the 30th. But I would be absolutely disinclined to make any voting happen on the 30th, even if it were allowed, which it sounds like maybe it isn't, because of the fact that 2 council members are missing. But they can catch up and I would assume benefit from the discussion that they listen to. And then I think that just helps us to be that much farther along on the 14th. So that would be my, I would prefer to at least have it in the evening on the 30th.
Sounds good. I can support that as well. Any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Fillmore?
Yes, I'm persuaded by Mr. Handley's comments. I definitely think we need more discussion at the work session on the 30th. And I think opening up to public comment in the evening would be good. But in the absence of 2 counselors on such a difficult issue, I just would put a stake in the ground that I, for one, will be opposing any vote that night. I think we need to air this out a good deal more than rushing it through on the 30th.
Thank you. All right, if there's no further comments, I'll call for a vote on the motion then. All in favor?
Well, David, perhaps you could clarify the motion. I would ask Mr. Harding to modify his motion, perhaps, that we put it on both agendas, work session and the regular session.
There's been a request that the motion be modified to put it on both agendas. I also mentioned leadership's happy to put it on the work meeting as well. So
Okay, so Bill, I'm happy. I'm willing to do that, but hearing leadership say that they intend to put it on the work meeting of the 30th, I'm disinclined to do that just because they're willing to do that. Is that okay with you?
Okay. I mean, as long as it's on both agendas, I'm fine.
Okay.
it will be.
Leadership says it will be, so thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, where were we? I think we had 5 raised hands in the chambers here. Councillor Fillmore, your vote?
That's a yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
So that motion carries unanimously. Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I didn't get asked my questions about code enforcement. Do we still have time for that?
Let's do it as quickly as we can. We're behind.
Yeah, I understand. So I'm the one who asked for this to be put on the agenda because since day one of talking about accessory dwelling units, we've been talking about enforcement. So just broadly, and maybe this is more of a question in order to help build confidence with the public, but what level of enforcement can citizens expect if this ordinance were passed? And what commitment can the public expect from the administration to enforce parking, to enforce on illegal duplexes, and to enforce on illegal Airbnbs.
So I'm not sure I understand your first question. What level of enforcement?
Yeah, I mean, generally people are opposed to accessory dwelling units because they don't think that they'll be adequately enforced. So maybe let me reframe the question. Does the city currently have the resources to enforce on the proposed ordinance to get their arms around this?
I believe we do.
So without phasing it, you think the department, the administration believes that this can be enforced?
I do believe so.
Thank you. And then is there any additional resources needed to adequately enforce and appropriately enforce on parking on illegal duplexes and on illegal Airbnbs?
I think that'd be a good discussion to have. As I stand here, I don't know enough data to give an eloquent answer to that. So I think if we could have maybe a discussion either in the zoning committee or housing committee, whatever committee would be appropriate to have that discussion and on, I'd be happy to be a part of that and try to help do some research to find out.
Okay, but just to clarify, given the current ordinance, it's the belief of the administration that parking and illegal duplexes and illegal Airbnbs can be appropriately enforced on.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so we don't immediately need extra resources.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 2, which is a presentation from the sign committee regarding the development and adoption of nighttime brightness standard for on-premise electronic digital signs. I just want to point out we're about 16 minutes behind right now. I know that last item was a very important one, but let's try to move along as best we can. And I think, did the administration provide these, by the way? The administration is kind of looking ahead to a long night here, and we'd like to thank them for their thoughtfulness and providing some energy here.
We recognized you would never get the ice cream this evening, so this is a good second choice.
Thank you. That was a nice touch. Go ahead, Mr. Magnus.
Good afternoon, council. So the sign committee's been working on sign ordinances for the better part of the year. This is the last piece. This is the nighttime brightness standards for the digital signs around town. We're proposing to craft a new ordinance to set a brightness standard. So we want to amend section 60.60.015 to add 3 zones. It would be the L1 zone, the LZ1 zone, the LZ2 zone, and the LZ3 zone. Basically, that corresponds to a residential, a mixed use, to where commercial is up against residential. And the last one would be the just purely commercial area, the area near the hospital, basically, where you wouldn't have residents and you wouldn't have to worry about the standards as much, the brightness. The LZ1 zone, what we're proposing is a low ambient light. The zone consists of all areas in the zones listed in Provo section. Basically, it's the residential areas. The moderate ambient, the LZ2 is going to be moderate ambient light. This is primarily for mixed use areas. Again, this would be like the Blue Rock and can't remember the other sign right now, down on that street. So, and then the L3 zone is for moderately high ambient zones, and that's going to be the pure, strictly commercial areas of town. So what we're advocating for is a nighttime standard that would start 30 minutes after the sun goes down and 30 minutes before sunrise. This is kind of a standard used everywhere. There are time clocks that actually can track sunset, sunrise, sunset. So it's not that hard for them to set this. We're also asking for a level of 100 candles or nits per in the L2 zone and 150 nits in the LZ3 zone, which I'll explain shortly. So what we're actually doing is we're moving from a standard, we're going to use luminance. Right now, our standard uses illuminance. There's different ways to measure this. We feel that a luminance measure is more accurate and more defensible in court if we had to go that route. Luminance is the amount of light coming directly from the light source. So if you look up into a light, that light that you're looking into is the illuminance light. Illuminance is the amount falling on a surface. So if you look at the carpet, you're looking at the light bouncing, how much light is being illuminated from the light onto the carpet. And it's a big difference on how they are measured. This is basically a short little graph that shows you luminance is light, luminance is what's bouncing around. Luminance is measured with a knit gun. The advantage of that is a point and shoot. The code enforcement will take to the device. They look through it, looks like a little camera. They look through it, it reads the luminance coming off the sign. And it is very accurate. It's not bothered by other lights. It's not bothered by the ambient lights. It is not bothered too much by the weather conditions. And they can actually shoot different parts of the sign to come up with an average. Illuminance requires 2 measures. What they have to do is they take an illuminance meter, they hold it out, they take a reading, then they have to block the light coming from the sign and take a second reading and do some math, subtract the one from the other, and they come up with the foot candles. Problem with that is it has to always be in the same spot, same position. It is affected by weather more than the illuminance meter. So this is a knit gun, handheld, pretty straightforward. Looks like a little camera, point and shoot. This is luminance meter. You can see that little white ball is what actually measures the light. And that's why it is more difficult because they have to hold in the same position. They have to make sure that the same distance apart from the sign. So it is a little more complicated. Any questions? Sorry, I'm flying through this and trying to cut your time. So we'll be proposing to bring this back on the 30th for the ordinance to be amended and adopted.
Mr. Harding?
Did I understand it correctly that the medium-high light zone, whatever, it correlates with the high churn?
Yes, the high turn area will be the higher brightness.
Will be higher brightness. All the other areas where electronic signs are allowed would be the medium, and then all of the areas where they're not allowed would be the low. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Magnus?
Okay, well, save you some time.
Thank you, Mr. Magnus. I guess as a representative of the sign committee, I'll just make a couple of brief comments. We looked at 2 different standards to come up with those numbers. One was an ANSI standard that was also supported by the International Dark Sky Association. The NIT levels recommended by that standard is actually lower than what we're proposing. We have heard feedback, though, that ANSI is revisiting that standard. There were some complaints about the process, and that we've had feedback that those numbers are going to be raised a little bit. Where we came up with our recommendation was a report that was done by the Viridian Group. It's about a 22-page report, and they did a lot of measurements of different signs across in various areas, and came up with a recommendation for those 2 numbers based on that, the 100 and the 150. So I guess my last comment is I think the main objective was with this is we just looked at the current way that we're doing it, and it's just enforcement is just difficult. And we were concerned about accuracy and defensibility of the current method that we're using for enforcement. That's why we're proposing to go with this newer technology. So Mr. Harding?
Yeah, thank you. Just really quickly, when I first read through the documents on this, I was scratching my head a little bit like, why are we doing this? Don't we already have nighttime standards? Don't we already have something? And it wasn't until I read your newsletter that I understood kind of the reasoning behind it. And once I really understood what, the reasoning behind this and I, if if staff is on board with this and whatnot, I think this is a great proposal. It makes sense. And so great work by the sign committee. So thank you for your work on that.
Thank you. Unless any counselors have concerns that they'd like to discuss at this time, we're planning on bringing this back to the evening meeting on the 30th. Mr. Fillmore.
Chair Sewell, I just want to be clear. You have been working on this for a long time, and there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears on this. And I just wanted to commend you for your perseverance and for your thoughtful approach to everything. Is my understanding correct that having addressed the sign ordinance previously with respect to other issues, such as the churn factor, that this is in fact the last issue remaining on the major overhaul of our sign ordinances?
Yes, this was the last issue that the current sign committee had intended to address. There are some other issues kind of on the legal side that I'm assuming will be worked on at some subsequent time. There's a few parts of our current sign ordinance that are, what is unconstitutional, the right way to characterize that, Mr. Jones?
Not here. No, I'm kidding. There are some parts of our code that, due to some case law, would be subject to constitutional challenge if enforced. And so there's an effort underway to address some of those issues. But I think this is the last kind of council policy issue that the sign committee has been discussing.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
good. Thank you, Mr. Jones. So we can look for a report from your office on those residual constitutional issues sometime soon.
My understanding is that Community and Neighborhood Services is working on a draft, and I think the planner that has been working on, I don't think it's here today, but my understanding is he's pretty close. So my expectation would be, I think the sign committee is going to survive at least in the short term, Councilor Sewell's departure, and I think the planning staff will be bringing those issues to the sign committee.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, thank you, Mr. Fillmore. We'll move on to agenda item number 3 then, which is a presentation regarding new electric rates for shared solar and a pilot time of use program, to be presented by Travis Ball, Energy Director.
Thank you, Council Chair and Council Administration. I'm excited to do this presentation because I'll just say, Councilman Harding asked this 8 years ago about this, and I said, well, we're not ready to do that now, but we'll work on it. And so this is after 8 years of work of replacing every meter in our city, replacing the billing system, getting to a point where we can actually offer these rates. So I appreciate that he's still on the council so we can actually see this. So I'm glad that we can talk about this. Today, I thought what I'd do is just talk about the purpose of these rates quickly, and then I'll dive in and do a little bit deeper dive into each one individually. I can move through them pretty quick to get back on time, I believe. On shared solar, it's really a community solar program. With the solar, with people that is able to put solar on their roofs, there's a lot of people in Provo that aren't able to do that, whether it's because they have homeowners association issues, they're students, they can't put it on their roof, they're renters. There's a lot of people that can't participate in purchasing solar. And so we wanted to do a community solar that would encourage sustainability, but also give other people the opportunity to do that. And secondly, whenever someone puts rooftop solar on the roof, it decreases the funds that come to the general fund. And so we wanted a way to be able to use solar, but also capture general fund transfers, so we don't miss out on some of those funds that help fund the city and all their work. Time of use is a different kind of rate. This is a rate that we are trying to encourage people to move their usage from the peak time when it's most expensive for power to a shoulder in the rate. And if they're able to do that, then we want the savings the city gets for that. We want to give that back to the citizens. And as we did our cost of service study, this is one aspect that we want to really study. And so we think this will be an opportunity for residents of Provo to decrease their energy usage, but also decrease what the cost for the city. And they'll be able to participate in that savings. And lastly, the last time of use rate is for electric vehicle users. We've asked, people have come and asked, they want to charge their vehicle at night, and they know power is the least expensive at night. And they'd like to do that and get the ability to charge their electric vehicle when the rates are the lowest. And so we want to give them that opportunity, and I'll go through those individually. First, just the shared solar. I think most of you have been able to see the shared solar program in Spanish Fork. It's 4 megawatts of solar on 25 acres just north of the Lowe's. It's actually a really nice looking solar facility, and it's online right now. And we just want people to be able to buy a piece of that solar and lock in their price. We have, because it's a shared solar, we're doing it with the other 5 communities in UMPA. And so we're dealing with other cities. So there's some things that we're doing a little bit different on our rate. We have to kind of coordinate with the other cities and make sure that we have the same process. One of those things is the conditions of getting the solar. And so we've met with the cities. We've kind of come up with a list of options. If you go to renewchoice.org, by the way, you can see this. It's up and running right now. People have actually gone here, and there's a little button that people from Provo, I think there's about 10 to 15 residents from Provo that have actually already signed up. So when it gets going. But as part of that, the terms and conditions, we coordinated with the other cities, and we've come with some general terms and conditions that all of us can live with. And because you couldn't read all those terms, I went into the most important parts. The shared solar is being sold at 4.42 cents per kilowatt hour. As you buy that locks in the generation cost. And so just like your solar on your roof, you lock in the generation cost. The other portions, if you read 7 and 8, it kind of discusses how those costs might go up, but the 4.42 cents is locked in for the next 20 years as you sign up for this program. We want people to sign up for 2 years, realizing that they might move out of their home, so they can call the city and say they don't want it anymore. After 2 years, you can change about once a year. If you do it more than once on how many units that you buy, then there might be a fee of $25 is what we came up with. And if you leave the program, we ask them to wait for about a year. So if you want to read all those terms and conditions, please go to renewchoice.com and go to shared solar. Yes, George, or Councilman Henry.
Sorry to interrupt. Just a quick question. So when people are thinking about putting solar panels on their house, is it better for us to say this is maybe a better option for them? I mean, would you go that far, or would you just say, well, we just want to make sure people are aware that this is the equivalent?
I would say it's a better option. First off, it's less expensive for the owner. There's a lot of capital costs in putting solar on your roof. And especially for some residents who finance that, in my looking at it, I don't know if they ever make a return on investment. So I think this one, and I'll show you how the rate comes out. This is a better option to lock in your price for generation, I believe. And I believe it's better for the city because the city gets the transfers on this rate, the general fund. As I said, this is kind of what the bill would look like for the shared solar. You can see the shared solar if you buy one block. Yes.
I apologize for cutting you off.
Oh, no,
Before you got too far from that last slide, let me just say that, some people might be saying, well, is it better for the customer or is it better for the city? And if some of this is being transferred into the general fund, then I could get a better rate. I think the reason that both of those are true is a community solar project like this is just that much more efficient. And so the energy can be generated more efficiently. So the customer can save more money compared to their own rooftop solar, but the city also benefits from that. So it really is a win-win by doing a larger project rather than small rooftop.
Absolutely. It's an economy of scale type thing. So The 4 megawatts, we're looking at 4.42 cents. If you look at the 80 megawatts that we're building out by Mona, you're looking at less than 3 cents per kilowatt hour for that solar, which is a really good rate for solar at this time. And the benefit for the customer, if they pick a 1 block is 200 kilowatt hours, that comes off your bill first. So we're putting it like on the bill here, it says shared solar. If you ever get into the third tier in our rate structure, then it will actually decrease your cost of your bill. So like this, we did an example on an actual bill, 200 kilowatt hours off, the customer saved about $6.50 with that 200 kilowatt hour election for 1 block. So there is some savings that customers can get from this, and they can be sustainable. They can get into solar if they can't do it on their own roof for either capital cost or other reasons. Next, this is the time of use rate. This is what our power looks like on a daily basis in the summer. As you can see, the peak is about from 3 to 8 o'clock in the afternoon. And so as our cost of service came out, it shows that if we incentivize people not to use power during that 3 to 8 time period and move it to the trough, then we get a savings and the customer will get a savings. So the peak rate would be 15 cents a kilowatt hour and the off-peak rate would be about 7.2 cents a kilowatt hour. And that's only Monday through Friday. All weekends would be at the off-peak rate and all holidays. So you're only looking at Monday through Friday for that rate structure, which is similar to Rocky Mountain Power, who has kind of a similar structure. Their rate's 13.6 for the first 400, and then it goes up to 16.3 for their peak rate, and then down to 7.4 cents for comparison. And the one issue too on Rocky Mountain Power, they have a longer period. Theirs is from 1 to 8, and ours is from 3 to 8. The special conditions, you want to look at that, and I provided you the rate. These are what's in that rate that I gave to you, but just know we want them to do it for a year or so. Also, the one thing, if you do a time of use rate, as you see in the conditions, you can't have any other special rates. Like you can't have solar on your home, or you can't have other rates because the meter has to be programmed. Has to be programmed either for a time of use rate or it has to be programmed for net metering. There's no way to do it for both of those situations. And for a customer, we want them in good standing. Yes.
You talked about time of use, sorry, not time of use, net metering and having rooftop solar, but what if someone wanted to participate in the shared solar and time of use?
And the time of use, the shared solar, yeah, we can't do that. But it's just, it's a metering issue and it's a billing issue of how we do it.
Okay.
That's kind of why we put that in the conditions.
Thank
Good
you.
question.
So
I went and looked at it.
Mr. Paul,
Oh, yes.
sorry, Travis, Bill Fillmore, I'm wondering if you could clarify a few things for our citizens who may be listening in. Am I reading the text right, that you would only have the shared solar option if you are unable to put solar on your roof, or is it open to all citizens?
It's open to all citizens. If you can only have shared solar. If you have solar on your home, you couldn't do shared solar.
Okay,
So it's open to everybody that has just the regular rate and not a special rate structure already.
Okay. And if that is an economic benefit to both the consumer and the city, why would any citizen not want to do this?
I will show you on the next slide. There could be a possibility if you don't change the way you use on shared solar. You asked for shared solar, not the time of use, right?
Right, shared solar.
Shared solar, if you don't get into the third tier, I would say it doesn't benefit you financially, but there is a benefit if you want to be sustainable and buy solar. You could do that. You really get savings if you get into the third tier of our rate structure by shared solar.
And third tier corresponds to?
Over 1,000, over 1,000 kilowatt hours during the month.
Okay. And so that would be, when you put this option to the citizens, that would be well advertised, I assume.
Yes, we want to do that. There's only 3,000 units. So as I can go back to that graph online, you'll see that shared block available. And when that gets filled up, then all of the blocks of power from that community solar have been used. So really, if they want to do it, they need to sign up and be one of the first for those 3,000 blocks.
Okay, and then last question with respect to time of use. Just clarify for our citizens, if you would. They're looking at this as a way to save money. How do they reduce their peak rate time? I mean,
if you're going to use the time of use rate, you would have to not use as much energy during 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the afternoon. So most people that's when they use their air conditioner the most. So in order to save money on this, you would have to pre-cool your home before 3, not use your air conditioner until about 8, and then turn it back on. That's how you'd save the most money. Or you wouldn't want to do your dishes. You know, you wouldn't want to make decisions where you're using electricity during that time. So
okay, so that there's no magic wand here. They simply have to turn off their air conditioning.
yes, and the good thing is most thermostats today, you can program it so it doesn't turn on the air conditioning. Like on a Nest, you could set it up, you know, you'd have it pre-cool before 3 to 76 degrees, 74 degrees. And then from 3 to 8, you'd move the temperature up to 85 degrees. You know, when it got really hot, you'd want it to come on. But you can program it so you don't use as much energy during that peak time of when most people use the energy.
Okay, good, thank you.
And that leads us to this graph, because we kind of looked at that. The regular bill is this gray one. We just looked at one bill. If they didn't do anything and just used energy the same way they did last month, we just took Cat Linford's bill. I'll just tell you, we just looked at it. If they used the same amount and not made a change at all, their bill would have gone up $6 to $153 with the time of use. If they tried to move a little bit of their energy usage to the shoulders, it went down to $146. If they changed the way they used energy, it went down to $134. And this is kind of the graph. The black one is what they're using now. And then you can see the shoulder is the blue. See how the blue's a little bit higher on the shoulder times. And then if they move that peak clear over into the middle of the day, then they get the most offset and they can lower the bill the most. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just go quickly. The EV rate's the same type of rate, other than there's 3 different rates. There's an on-peak, an off-peak, and a super off-peak. The super off-peak would be every night from midnight to 8 a.m. in the morning. So if you wanted to program your car, I have an electric car, I can program it to only charge from midnight to 8 o'clock in the morning when I plug it in. So I would charge from midnight to 8 and I would pay 4.5 cents. The other time of the day is 7.6 cents, or if I used it through that peak time, it's up a little bit more at 17 cents. So that's where you get a savings here. We said that you had to have a car charger. I don't know for sure. I just put that in the conditions. And one more condition I put in here, and it's one that Councilman Shipley suggested. If you use less than 500 kilowatt hours a month, there's no way you can save money on this rate. Your rate will go higher. So I just put in here as a condition on the suggestion of Councilman Shipley that if you use less than 500 kilowatt hours, then it's probably not a good idea to be on this rate. So, and we did the same kind of analysis. It goes up to 157. We did a really sharp change here. See, the green line is if you really shift all of your usage in the morning and not in the afternoon. And these are basically probably a little bit unrealistic, but we don't know how people use their energy. And so as you look at this rate, we made it for the first 100 people, kind of like a pilot rate. So we could get 100 people on it. We could look at it, do some analysis, and make sure it's working the way that we believe it will be working. And so I have one of our energy board members here, Ned. He's our chair of our energy board. So I just want to make sure you know he's here, and the energy board recommended these rates unanimously. And that's it. If you have any questions, we're hoping that the next council meeting, probably in December, we are you looking at the graphics? That's pretty cool. We're hoping in December that we can get these rates passed. If you look at the rates, you have any questions, you have any concerns, let me know and we can work on that to make it what we want as a council.
Can citizens sign up to be part of the pilot for the time of use rates, or have you already picked your pilot?
We're just saying the first 100, after the rate passes, the first 100 that wants to get on there, we'll put them on the rate. And then if they still want, we'll put them on the list. And then if we think the rate's working, then we'll allow that to go forward, depending on how the council feels after we look at some of the statistics.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan.
Travis, is this what passes for humor in your shop?
It's about as much humor as we can get in our
I
shop.
can understand why you have free soda.
Yes, exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to item number 4, which is a presentation regarding compensation for police officers. And this item is to be presented by Daniel Softly from Human Resources and John Garman, Acting Chief of Police. Although I don't see.
I saw Daniel.
There they are. Welcome.
Hello. Are we waiting for George to come back or proceed? Okay. Thank you for having me. Daniel Softly, Director of Human Resources for the city. I am here to talk about a budget appropriation request to adjust police officer pay. I'm hoping that I sent out an article that was a couple of months ago. I'm hoping that you all had a chance to see that. It's a pretty good indication of what's going on in the market for police officers. Quite frankly, it's kind of unprecedented changes just over the last couple of months alone. It's kind of a very fluid situation stemming from a lot of officers leaving Salt Lake City is what started it. And then they moved to other agencies. And that has kind of had this effect of trying to get more officers into the career, into the police officer profession. So our market position right now, as I said, there's been significant adjustments in the last couple of months. And there's several reasons why. Number one, we have a very tight labor market in general. I think as we've all experienced this, as we've gone out, there's signs on almost every single businesses talking about shortages of employees. I mean, the low unemployment. Another factor that goes into, particularly for the police officers, is there are some changing societal attitudes towards law enforcement. It's been a very charged year, let's say that, in that field. And that's making it more difficult to attract people into that career. Another factor is, and this is kind of touched on in the article that I sent around, is the increased use of lateral programs for police agencies. That wasn't as common even 10 years ago. But as agencies retire people and then they have a hard time getting people in, they're looking to replace that experience. And so they've been looking for experienced officers in other agencies, and that has led to a more increased, so much more mobility for a police officer, which is great for them, but it does have an impact on budgets as people try and retain the talent that they've trained and brought up. So the immediate adjustment need is because of a couple of factors: recruitment pressure. Number one is, after all of these adjustments were made, I went out and I did a in-season, I guess, market analysis. We typically do these in conjunction with the budget process and make our changes in July. But it became very apparent once we knew what was going on that we needed to do one mid-year. I went out and did that, and based on where we are currently, Provo Police Department is vulnerable to poaching at our current market position. And we also need to be able to retain our ability to attract candidates. And now, as far as our staffing levels now, I am happy to report that we are fully staffed. Now, that is largely due to the changes that we made about 18 months ago, where we be able to bring in new recruits. But functionally and operationally, we're about down by 10. We have 5 that are in the academy. We still have 5 that are in their training programs. And so it's important, and I bring that up just because it's important to note that as you lose your experience, there's a cost in how much ramping time it takes to actually get officers to be fully trained and every single one of them out there on the road and doing what they need to be doing. So the request today is to make some significant changes to our police officer grades and to the actual pay for those officers. Based on where our market is right now, we are recommending and increasing our starting pay for our police officers 18.7%. We are going to recommend adjusting the top of the officer series pay grade by 3. So that's equivalent to a 15% or 15, almost 16% adjustment to the top. As you increase the bottom of that pay grade, obviously there's significant compression. And so we need to make adjustments throughout that grade as well. So as you go through that career series, we would be increasing the actual pay of officers, typically 13 to 18%, depending on where they are in those particular grades. Typically, the closer you are to the beginning of the range, slightly larger increases. As a result of that, we also then have to make adjustments to our command staff, our sergeant ranks, our lieutenant, and our captains. And the pay increases for them would typically be 10 to 13% as well. When you cost this out and the recommended adjustment is to take into effect January 1, is $750,000 through the end of this fiscal year. The total cost impact to the budget then for next year that has to be accounted for in some form or another is going to be double that because we're just doing a half year. So you're looking at starting with $1.5 million in next year's budget that you didn't have in this year's budget. And then obviously those costs have to be accounted for in the upcoming budget. But for this year, to get through this year, we're looking at $750,000 to make this happen. So, questions?
Mr. Fillmore.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. You sure, of course, are aware that over the last couple of years, the city's done some extraordinary things to support and enhance our police department. Significant raise a couple of years ago, significant support to the pension plan, and now a new facility. And I think most of us, until we got this report, were under the assumption that we were now highly competitive. And we, as the former chief had said, we are now a destination police force. So these numbers have a bit of a sticker shock to them. You'll appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And so are you saying that 18% number is what? Is that the current gap between what we are paying our officers across the board versus our competition?
The 18%, I appreciate your comment because, as I said, this is actually unprecedented adjustments that we've seen. I would say when Chief Ferguson made that statement, he was absolutely correct. We made some adjustments, not as drastic as this, but when we made those adjustments, we put ourselves into a very competitive position. However, and literally this has happened probably within the last 3 to 4 months, agencies like Salt Lake City raised the bottom of their pay grade 30% and the top of their pay grade by about 12 to 15%. Other agencies in the Salt Lake Valley have done similar items. And so in a matter of few months, we went from being very competitive to being in a position where we are vulnerable now to lose experienced officers to lateral programs. The 18% that is on this is the bottom of our pay grade. That is our starting pay that we're asking to increase 18%. The top of our grades are going to move 15.8%, just slightly less. And then we make adjustments to the officers anywhere from 13 to 18%, depending on where they are in those grades. So our current market position, whereas just to give you an example, when we did this market study, which we normally do on an annual basis, we were in a positive market position as of July. We are now at least 10% below the top of that grade. Our grades are 10% below the median grade in other agencies. It's gone from, 70,000 up to 80,000 annually.
It's amazing that has happened in such a short time frame. I think historically, this council has proven itself to be very sensitive to and supportive of law enforcement. We tend to view public safety as our number one obligation and priority in the city. So we'll certainly take a good look at this. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a quick one. As far as this lateral poaching that now can be pretty prevalent, I assume it has a lot to do with the fact that, pension and state benefits are transferable, right? So you can kind of start where you left off type of thing.
That's a big part of it as well.
So how do we make a pension sticky if the state basically takes away the opportunity to make, I want police officers to have the opportunity to make lateral changes, but I also want to protect the city's interest and not have cities in this battle against one another over and over, poaching each other for this. So is there an answer that we can get to something that's unique to Provo, that's a benefit unique to Provo in any way to help create some longevity?
We're looking at all sorts of items. We've done signing bonuses and et cetera, but it's a copycat world.
Yeah.
Are things that were unique to Provo are no longer unique to Provo, where other agencies may copy how we advance people through the career series. That's one that occurred recently. I think the answer ultimately is there are so many positions that need to be filled. The way you stop poaching or the extended use of the lateral thing is you need more people in the profession. Once everybody has their positions filled, then the incentive to stay in one agency is greater. If everyone has, double-digit vacancies, they're going to be willing to increase pay or starting pay or whatever. You're always, I think this is true in any profession. The amount of money to get you to move to another agency has to go up to do that. And then that has an impact throughout everyone else who does that to retain them. But until you fill your vacancies across the board and get more people into law enforcement in general, I think that will continue. And I think any sort of unique program that you do will quickly be absorbed by others.
Yeah.
That's been my experience so far, without naming names.
Mr. Parker? Yeah, I'll name names. No, I won't. But, I think Daniel hit it on the head. Some of the challenges were we saw a mass exodus from several of the urban departments, particularly in Salt Lake County, Unified and Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City was down at one time about 70 officers. And you can imagine the challenge of trying to get that workforce back up to speed. The other thing that's been a little bit of an artificial barrier has been the capacity of the police academies to train. I mean, they have not increased their capacity. And so there's a constant lag, right? I mean, if you attract new people to the profession, it may be, you may sign an agreement with a person coming out of school that you'll put them through the academy if they come work for you, but it might be several months before you can get that person into an academy class. And so again, I think as Daniel suggested, once we get through this bubble, and if we can keep the bubble from reoccurring, I think things will stabilize. But again, the biggest challenge has been cities who have seen significant drops in their officer census have raised the bar. And in order for us not to find ourselves in their situation, 6 or 9 months from now, we got to raise our bar as well. So again, I do feel like the cost will be ongoing, but the idea of trying to have to respond to a bubble like this should decline as the academy catches up and as the profession, the total census across the state of police officers catches up.
Okay.
And just a couple, we've been spending a lot of time on this, and poor Daniel, I've been really pushing him. When Salt Lake came out with their plan, the red flag went up for all the mayors in the bigger cities because they move. So now we've got to move. And the fact is people aren't telling their children to be police officers when they grow up right now. It's just not happening because of the times and the civil unrest that's we've seen over the past few years. It's not, we're saying to how many kids dressed up like a police officer for Halloween? It's just a different time. And so with us being the county seat and with the shortage of police officers at this point, we need to be able to compete. And as the county seat, we should pay the highest in the county. That's who we are. We're the city. We want this to be a destination police station. And in order to do that, we've got to keep up.
I would add that really these adjustments, like I said, we're fully staffed, which is a good thing. And those are a result of changes that, the council and the administration have made previously. At this point, my concern is keeping those individuals, keeping our experienced officers. Of 10% of our workforce is in training. And we want to make sure that is we don't want that high of a percentage in training in perpetuity. We want to be able to retain our most experienced officers and move forward that way.
Mr. Harding.
This is just a quick thought. I appreciate what the mayor said, and I think you alluded to it. And when you talked about changes in societal attitudes towards law enforcement officers,
correct.
I think whatever we can do as a city, and I think Councilor Fillmore also addressed this in that he feels like we have tried to be very supportive of our first responders, of our police officers, and trying to take care of them. But whatever we can do to express our appreciation for them, I think can be helpful. I do feel like some of those societal attitude changes have not been as widespread in Provo, and I hope the police force feels that. So I think we need to, as we approach some of these issues, I think we need to always be looking for ways to improve, but also understand that just the impact that our attitudes can have on the people that are putting their lives and safety on the line to serve our community. I agree that it's this bubble that needs to be filled. We can fill it through the academy and whatnot, but I'm wondering if we expand our poaching realm, even as a state, meaning there are other areas of the city, of the country, that I think have had a swifter and more drastic shift in attitudes towards police officers. And so I think there may be actually, a pool of officers, experienced officers out there that wouldn't mind relocating to a place where they're appreciated more. And so that might be a way to kind of help fill in that bubble.
Yeah, and we do have our fair share of those types of applicants that come from, other parts of the country, from California in particular. We have some that come up from there. I do want to clarify, I do think when we talk about shifting societal attitudes, that in no way necessarily reflects Provo's, either the council or the residents of Provo's attitude towards public safety. But we are part of a larger ecosystem when it comes to fulfilling those positions, and even some around, maybe a little bit more north, a little bit differently than what it is here. But overall, nationally in particular, and I think this is to your point, is it is having an effect on people's willingness to stay into that as a profession, or go to somewhere where they are appreciated. One of the things that Provo has to offer as far as retention of our agency as well, and maybe Chief Garman can speak more to this, but as a larger agency, we have some built-in advantages. A variety of assignments, opportunity for promotion, ranks as just a larger organization. We want to keep those young officers here and keeping him engaged in a variety of activities, but then also preparing him for much more advancement opportunity than maybe they see somewhere else. So.
Counselor Ellsworth?
Yeah, the state of Utah, the state legislature is considering some bills during the coming legislative session to address some of these issues. They recognize that cities are competing for a limited number of human resources when it comes to law enforcement. Is this something that we need to address immediately before the legislative session, or could we consider this after the legislative session?
I think every year the bills come up. I think the biggest thing for the last 10 years has been the changes that they made to the retirement program in July 2011, if my memory serves me correctly. They changed to the Tier 2 program where they made it a lot more portable, but then it was also less of a rich benefit for people coming into law enforcement, moving there. Before, you could come in, be a police officer for 20 years, and then you could retire and then do something else. Now it's 25 years at a lower rate. There have been bills ever since that time to discuss enhancing that, enriching that from year to year. So that's probably the biggest one from a legislative standpoint, from what they have done to, if they're looking to increase the number of people going into that. I think police officers in general would tell you that they need to revert back to the previous retirement.
So they might be considering that. And my question is, should we wait until after the legislative session to?
I think, like I said, they've talked about that for at least the last 3 years. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how engaged we are in discussions with that. So. Thank you.
The retirement for the whole state, like you alluded to, is the same.
Well, you're just speaking to the mic, just so folks online can
Yeah,
hear. Thanks.
the retirement system for the state is the same for everybody. So that will alleviate it for everybody, but it won't solve our problem. I can tell you from the last couple of months that we've been working on this, that we will lose experienced officers if something doesn't get done. I've talked to several myself. They know we're working on it. I've told them what's going on and kept them up to speed. Now we're down to the last step to either get the money or not. If we don't, we're going to lose some experienced officers. And a lot of you people I know have run your own business. And when you get somebody in your business that has 10 or 12 years in, knows your business as well as you do, can run it when you're gone, maybe better than you can sometimes, and you lose them, you know how much that costs your organization. That's what we're looking at right now, is the 10 to 12 year veterans that we're going to lose because they make so much more money. And we lost an officer to a local agency not too long ago, a young officer, because the starting pay was more. When we have laterals, we have some from Arkansas, Alaska. We have them from throughout the country, but they largely want to come to Utah because their families, extended families are here. They know the reputation we have. Utah is a great place to start a business, raise a family, all that stuff. But they're not necessarily saying, I want to go to Provo. They want to come to Utah. So if they can go down the road and make $4 an hour more, they'll go there. They're not going to come here. And we do have a lot to offer, and we try to point that out to them. We're a perfect sized department as far as I'm concerned. And I've loved my career here because we're big enough that there's a lot of special teams to work on, a lot of experience to have, but you know everybody. You know, you just know them. So I hope that answers your question. It'll help keep people in the law enforcement profession, but not necessarily solve our problem. So can I answer anything else since I stormed up here in front of Daniel? Okay, thank you. We appreciate you, what you do.
Thank you. Any other questions from counselors? We'll look forward to seeing this come back to us soon then. And oh, John, did you want to make a comment?
If I could. First of all, I just want to mention that I'm fully supportive of this recommendation. I see it being a real need. What I think it's important for each of the council members to be aware of is that with this kind of an increase, roughly 1.5 million in fiscal 22, it's not one of those things that we can just pay with revenues that are up over last year, or that we can just trim in some areas. It can be very difficult, and likely we're going to have some type of a tax increase, a property tax increase or something to pay for this because of the magnitude. As far as this year goes, I think we can just do an appropriation out of fund balance. But as far as a long-term plan, we need to have a plan. I know that the article that Daniel was talking about, a couple of the agencies just said, we don't know how we're going to pay for it, but we just need to do it. And my point is we need to have a plan and just realize that this is significant dollars and we will have to look at a way to pay for it long term.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. We have now come to that point in the program where we have a break for 10 minutes. It's now 2:15, so let's plan on being back here no later than 2:25. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
get going again? Good.
Recording in progress.
Move on to item number 5, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to define sign copy area citywide. This item is to be presented by Aaron Ardmore.
Okay, thank you. So this item is fairly brief, and it's just to clarify some ambiguity in reviewing and enforcing signs. So we have these two definitions in different sections of Title 14, sign copy area and sign face area. Neither was clearly defined before. So when we're calculating, for instance, a wall sign, the area of a wall sign, what's incorporated into that measurement. It was helpful to come up with these definitions. We took these through our attorney's office to vet those, to make sure that they were on solid ground. They went through the planning commission and received a recommendation of approval. So that's really what we'll bring before you tonight.
Any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Ardmore. Let's move on to item number 6, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to adopt updated local development standards. And this also, this is going to be presented by Mr. Day.
Yeah. He passed the baton to me.
Okay.
This is our yearly update of our development standards. We reference in our ordinance, if you can go to the next slide, 11 different references of standards, national standards, local standards that we have adopted and we follow. Out of those 11, 2 of them are the ones that we modify each year. And there's the 11, just a snapshot of the cover, just so you know that they really exist. Most of them are available electronically, so we don't actually have the books on our shelves anymore. It's all electronic. So out of those 2 that we're modifying for this new year, 2022, we've done changes, edits, maybe like even just one word on a page. 12 of those pages in the standard drawings have been modified slightly. 1 page was removed, and then in the development design standards, 11 pages were edited to make it more clear for developers and contractors. So that's the extent of it. There's I have the documents if you want to look at them, but I think you've probably already had a chance to look at those in your packets. The 2 PDFs, the one is changes for the development design standards, and the second one from the top is the changes to the public works standard drawing. So I can pull any of those up and you can look at all of them or none of them. So we feel really good about the changes this year. They've been quite small. They're pretty minor. A lot of them were like words that were maybe spelled wrong or things like that, just to make it clearer. So any questions? Is there going to be a quiz on on all the pages that we were given?
No quiz.
Because I read it. I read every page, every word. I just wanted to make sure that everyone else had done as I had done. Sorry, I shouldn't be so facetious.
Yeah.
It was way over my head, but I was hoping that somebody else was looking more carefully than I felt adequate to do. Anyway, thank you. I remember my favorite year was when we did the boring detail. It was like directional boring, and some people might have said that all of the drawings were boring. So the have a drawing called the boring detail was just really special.
I was just going to respond a little bit to Councilor Handley. So I have an engineering training, but not in civil engineering. And so I actually do find these drawings interesting and like, oh, that's, you know, that's how a street is made up. And anyway, so I do look through them, and I think Steele, I think, was the one that was misspelled. And so it was, you know, like to Rob, but anyway, so I thought that was it, but maybe it was a different one. Anyway, so I have looked through it, and I understood at least 2 to 3% of it, but you know, you kind of get an idea of what the scope is. It did seem like this year they were minor, and I think it's good for us to review, but also, you know, I appreciate the professionalism of your division, and you know, we started doing this like 4 years ago, that the yearly updates. And
Yeah, I've lost track, probably at least that.
Yeah.
If not more.
Okay. Anyway, so I think it was a good change. I'm glad that we're doing these every year, and you know, I love that the changes are minor, and I love that you're being responsive to the contractors and developers when they come and say, well, how am I supposed to make sense of this? And if you see improvements that we're taking care of them, thank you for going through this. As boring as some may find it.
Yeah, I think we're getting into a really good spot because we've gone through a lot of changes, and now we're down to where we're just fine tuning. And I think even next year will probably be even less of that happening. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Day.
Yeah.
Move on to item number 7, which is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 3.8 acres of real property generally located at 1400 West, 890 South, from residential agricultural to one-family residential. This will be presented by Aaron Ardmore.
Okay, thank you again. So this rezone will be in front of you tonight. If we can just advance my slide. Okay. If you just want to shoot me forward, John. Okay. Okay. So there's the property. So it's just adjacent to the Century Home subdivision down there off of 600 South and 1600 West. This is a Steele family. In the past, it's been agricultural use. So they're asking for a rezone to create some building lots for their family. So if you have any questions that I can prepare for tonight, that'd be good to know. But otherwise, I'll just save my presentation for then.
Mr. Arning?
I think it said that it was 3.8 acres.
Yeah, 3.58. Yeah.
Okay. And is that everything that's in the red, or is that the full property?
That.
And again, you can answer these questions tonight. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Let me just jump to the point. I looked at the site plan, and I added up the square footage of the 5 different lots, and it didn't seem to come up to that 3.5.
I think it includes the parcel A. If you advance through the slides, you'll see the parcel A that's kind of around south of the barns there, and then east of the existing home.
Okay.
They're leaving that in the existing RA zone.
Okay, so the total property is 3.5, 3.8 acres, and about half of it's going to be rezoned as R110, or the whole thing's being rezoned as R110, but only.
No, just the highlighted portion would be rezoned to R110. The rest would stay RA.
And that may be less. The other thing is in the past, when people have asked for a zone like an R110, but then proposed lots that were significantly larger. I think the average lot size here is 1,600 or something. We've at least been concerned that, they can say, well, we're going to put 5 lots on there, but when we rezoned it to R110, they could put 8 lots on there or something like that. So we've asked, like, how can we be assured that it's going to be built as proposed, rather than otherwise we need to look at this and say, are we comfortable with the most intense use that the zone allows. So that's the one other thing that I'm just looking at is they're calling it 5, but they're asking for a zone that would allow more than 5 lots on that.
Sure. And maybe I can just briefly address that right now. With the allowed access through here, I think it'd be difficult to get more than what they're showing. They're already having to do 2 of them in a flag lot style. So without kind of increasing a road network through there, that's probably all they're going to get with this particular zone change.
Okay.
But yeah, we could try to address that further tonight.
And that may have done it. I was looking at that and wondering, does R110 allow for shared driveways? But I guess if they're doing it as flag lots, that might be how they're.
Yeah, we're taking it through the flag lot
Gotcha.
regulations. Yeah.
That makes sense. And that I do see how that would make it more difficult to get more lots than 5 on there. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding floodplain development standards. And this item is to be presented by Melissa McNally, planner, I think. Oh, I don't see her. Okay. Oh, coming in remotely. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Don't see her. Shall we come back to this one?
Yes, please. I'll call her. See what's going on. Let's move on to the next time.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to item number 9 for the moment, an ordinance enacting the airport and airport industrial zones and related development standards. And this is to be presented by Javin Weaver, planner.
Can you read in the next item too?
And we'll read in the next item as well, item number 10, which is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 899.25 acres of real property, generally located at 3421 Mike Gency Parkway, from public facilities and agricultural to airport.
Thank you. A few years ago, we adopted the Southwest Future Land Use Map. And as you can see on the map, there's an area adjacent to the airport in purple color, but also over that area, there's kind of a hashed symbols over it. And that represents the airport overlay boundary. With that, that's meaning that certain uses, certain types of land uses should not be permitted within that area. Certain types of things that could be interfere with air traffic is not permitted in that area. We didn't have a zone that has that. And so staff saw the need to draft an airport zone and an airport industrial zone. That way, this airport industrial zone codifies anything that would be within the airport overlay boundary so that there's no, nothing that would interfere with that. The general plan encourages that we prioritize areas for economic growth within the city. The airport is currently expanding right now, and there's a lot of interest in that area. And by having an ordinance for the airport and airport industrial area, it shows that we are prioritizing this area as future growth is bound to occur. Ensure that adequate measures are in place around the airport for airport aviation, and having a zone for this ensures that we do. Having a zone that ensures that we have land uses that are the best types of land uses adjacent to an airport is what we're doing with this new zone. It's also strengthened the area around the airport as an area of business and for recreational traffic as we continue to invest in that area. So this chapter is a new form of a zone chapter. Typically, we've had zone chapters that each have one zone per chapter. This chapter technically has 2 zones within it. It has the airport zone A and the airport industrial zone AI. These 2 zones correlate so closely that staff saw the need to draft a zone chapter that has similar zones together. This is something that's common with a lot of other zoning chapters as well. Staff worked with various municipalities, various third parties, Economic Development Center of Utah, and some other places, UDOT's Aeronautical group in drafting this zone to find uses that would be permitted, or that would be the best types of uses with at the airport. And staff worked extremely closely with the airport director in drafting the language of the zone and in moving forward with this process. Shifting gears, this is the area that's being proposed to be rezoned. This is the Provo City Municipal Airport. It is all parcels are owned by Provo City. So the A zone would only be applicable if this goes to be rezoned, would only be applicable for this specific property. Just some aerial photos of the airport. The photo on the right is one of the hangars on the airport property. And on the left is the existing terminal. On the right is the new terminal being built. Are there any questions for staff? Oh, one more thing, my apologies. This item did go to the airport board back in March. It did go to planning commission a couple of times, and each body's had a time to hear and provide input.
Any questions? Mr. Harding?
This is excellent. I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. It really, I think, ties up some loose ends, or it really supports that future land use map, and I really appreciate that. I think this is so trivial. I probably should have just mentioned it after, but we have kind of an R designation in our zones, RA, R1, R2, R110, that R, kind of stands for the residential. And then we have our A1s and our A110 and A120 and things like that. So like when I first see that A, the first thing I think is agriculture, and it's surrounded by A110 and things like that. So that would be my one suggestion, and it's really late and it's very trivial, but an AIR or something AP or something, so it doesn't seem like it's agriculture. But anyway, I'll support it regardless of that.
Any other questions? All right, and now, did we cover both items?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much,
Thanks.
Mr. Weaver. We'll come back to item number 8 then. I see that our presenter is with us online. Go ahead, Melissa, on that one.
Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone.
No problem.
I appreciate that. So we are asking for an ordinance text amendment to chapter 15 to some of the sensitive land portion of the ordinance. One of the changes was to, you scroll to the next slide. Can I do that? Oh, there we go. Okay, so there was some concern from Public Works about this proposed change to the freeboard. So we're going to leave this change out of the proposed amendment and maybe revisit this at a later date after we've had some time to really flesh it out with Public Works. So the changes that I do want to bring forward are on the next slide, and this is pertaining to the Provo River setback. The changes that we are asking are that an encroachment may be made to the 100-foot setback requirement to the Provo River if the following conditions are met. Those requirements would be provide access to the river at intervals not exceeding 400 linear feet of river frontage, provide a minimum of 40-foot maintenance easement in favor of Provo City. This is to make sure that Public Works has the area that they need to get into the river to do any maintenance that they might need to do. And that easement shall be measured from the top of the bank, extending a minimum of 40 feet into the parcel. And in areas where the riverbank acts as a levee or where the special flood hazard area extends beyond the high bank of the river, a minimum 100-foot setback shall be maintained. And that pertains mostly to areas on the west side of Provo City. A reduced setback may be approved where improvements to such levee are constructed in a manner consistent with FEMA regulations. And those are the proposed changes. Do you have any questions for me?
Mr. Harding?
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, you're, at least tonight, we're not proposing to raise that, that building, I forgot how it was said, but the 1 foot to 3 feet, we're no longer being asked to consider that.
That's correct. Well, it will stay at 1 foot for now.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm trying to just picture in my head what the proposed changes to 15.5.180 would look like. So currently, someone couldn't build a shed in their backyard that is up against the Provo River unless that shed is at least 100 feet from the river. Is that the case? Or what?
Currently, yes. Currently, yes.
Okay, so help me understand, like, what is the practical ramifications? Like, what are some what would be allowed if we make this change where it's what's not allowed now?
So, for the most part, this is for areas outside of the floodplain, for properties that abut the Provo River, and it's giving more leeway so that developments and homeowners can take advantage of the fronting or abutting that Provo River. So they'll be able to get a little bit closer than they currently are, because currently it's 100 feet throughout all of Provo, 100 feet setback.
So if someone would put a gazebo in or something, they'd be able to have that gazebo a little closer to the river. Okay.
Right, as long as they're not in the floodplain and they meet the criteria.
Thank you.
Yeah, is there a specific project that this applies to that was the impetus for this specific change?
No, I think this is something that we've been looking at for a while, and we sat down with Public Works because we've had nobody in specific, but historically some developers who've wanted to, and property owners who've wanted to build closer to the Provo River. So we decided it was time to just take a good look at that and maybe make some changes.
Okay. This is a personal opinion and not a question, but I kind of wish that we were being more thoughtful about the uses that we're putting next to the Provo River. And if anything, I would be in favor of the opposite right now, that we were maintaining a bigger setback from the Provo River until we've planned for that corridor and know what kind of amenities and relationship we want to create between the built environment and the Provo River corridor. And we'll be there, I think, in a few months to have some of these conversations. So I think this is a little early.
Any other, Mr. Hanley?
Well, maybe it's just a follow-up on that. I mean, I guess I'd like a little more information about why now, I guess, if you have it.
Just to provide some clear guidelines. I know through reviews and things, homeowners and such have been allowed to build a little bit closer. This just really outlines the criteria that the city would like to see, or staff would like to see in place.
Mr. Pepperoni?
This issue comes up at least once or twice a year and has for many years. somebody wanting to build along the river corridor and having to wrestle with this 100-foot setback. It's my understanding that the 100-foot setback was a broad brush stroke reaction to the floods of 83 and 84. Since that time, there have been a lot of improvements along the river corridor that would make that setback that large unnecessary. And engineering here can talk about more specifics to that than I can. But we've run into this often enough. It comes up often enough that we felt like staff should initiate some kind of amendment in this regard. In going through the potential reduction, we've met closely with engineering, and that's why we're proposing the 40 feet now. Is that a good number along the entire river corridor? No, there's some areas where it needs to be a lot wider than that. But this isn't something that's come up just all of a sudden, or it's not a knee-jerk reaction. This is something that we have dealt with many times over and over the years.
So in light of Ms. Ellsworth's question or concern, because we were thinking along the lines of having a plan for, river planning in the lake and so on, that may get, I'm just wondering if you would advise us to wait until we do that, or would there be potential conflict here if we pass this now and then we examine how to make the river corridor more central to the city and this suddenly looks like a mistake?
Was the scope of the general plan consultant expanded to include the river corridor plan? Okay, so that is going on right now.
Well, there's a proposal to create an addendum plan for the river. Am I remembering correctly? We had three.
Yeah. Is my mic on? Yeah, I believe we approved that.
We approved one for the river and the lake, one for
That's
canyon
correct, George.
foothills,
That's correct.
and one for gateways. Yeah.
I'm not sure of the timing of the river lake portion. Do you happen to know?
I don't know. I think that's supposed to be managed in the administrative department, and I assumed it was next year.
It was after the general plan would get passed.
Right.
The only two things we're considering immediately are the sustainability addendum to the general plan, those two. And then when that's done, that we had appropriated funding for 3 supplementary addenda that along the lines, one of which would be the river and the lake.
We do have we have 1 pending application, and we have 2 that want to make application that this issue is relevant to. So to whatever extent we wait for that plan, we're just holding back those other development proposals. One of those 2 is pretty significant along the river corridor north of 4800 north. It's hard for me to anticipate all the things that the river corridor plan may say, but I'm comfortable that whatever we do today can be addressed in that plan or taken into consideration in that plan, and that we can work through it. But obviously, this is a legislative decision, so whatever you're comfortable with, it's a council decision. If engineering, I've misstated anything or you need to clarify anything, please do.
I wouldn't say Bill misstated anything, but just to clarify, number 3 covers the west side of the river where we've got FEMA levee issues. So that's why that number 3 paragraph is included, so that we don't do anything to the setbacks. We don't want structures coming closer to a river just to have to then purchase those in order to fix the levee problems. So, and then just as a matter of practice, we need a setback. Bill mentioned 100 feet was somewhat arbitrary. Admittedly, we don't need that big for maintenance of the river channel. My division routinely is in the river channel itself, cleaning deadfall and trees and whatever else during spring runoff. We felt like a 40-foot access was adequate in order to do that. And then having access points along the river, every block or so that we would be able to get in and perform that maintenance. So nothing really contrary to what Bill's saying, just a few more bits of information.
Mr. Fillmore?
Thank you, Chair Sewell. I don't know I have a whole lot to add. I was responding to Ms. Ellsworth's comments and her concern that we protect that river corridor, and that this might be just a bit premature until we take a stronger look at what the consultants are going to come up with recommendations on protecting and enhancing that great resource we have here in the city. Mr. Handley ably addressed that as well. I'm just wondering if there's some urgency with this that merits our immediate treatment, or if we could defer until we have a better handle on what the city council would like to do in the future to enhance our river resource in terms of public usage and walkways, parkways, so on.
Mr. Mills?
Thanks, Council. This is probably the last time I get to address you, but just to let you know, one of the reasons for this proposed amendment is actually that the ordinance already allows some encroachment, and the purpose of this specific amendment was to provide some just some guidance for the Planning Commission or for staff as they're reviewing these projects that are requesting some sort of small encroachment into that 100 feet, that it would give them some reason or something to fall back on, that they could make sure that they were doing it properly. Because if you look at all of the language in the black, people could already request, and we would get these requests in instances where maybe somebody wanted to build a house, and the way that their lot or the orientation of their house is that they would actually be encroaching 5 or 6 feet into that 100 feet, and our ordinance specifically wouldn't allow that. So we made some adjustments a couple of years ago, and the council approved those to allow those types of things. This just provides further clarification that allows Public Works to make sure that they have proper access at the minimum intervals that they need, and then make sure that any type of development is just done in those areas where it's not impacting the special flood hazard area, and it's not impacting that those levy requirements. So it's really just giving some additional clarification to some language that we already have in there. Let me just speak really quickly to the Rivers and Lakes Plan that's in process with our consultant. They've submitted all of their information as far as what we would need to get started with that. The money has been appropriated, and the plan is to start that once the general plan is adopted. So just wanted to provide that additional clarification for you.
I have a question for Mr. Mills before he steps out. Robert, is it your opinion then that if we enacted this particular ordinance change, that would in no way impair our ability to engage in future enhancements to the river and the adjoining banks and properties for public usage?
I think that's correct, Mr. Fillmore. I think that this language is actually just giving some parameters that the Planning Commission and staff can use in evaluating these requests to encroach into that 100-foot setback. It's not in any way guaranteeing that someone can have that approved. It's just making sure that if there is a project that meets those requirements and meets the intent of this ordinance, that it can be allowed in a way that doesn't inhibit the use of that Provo River corridor. A 40-foot maintenance easement is very large, and there's a lot of enjoyment that can still happen there. And our experience has been that these are mostly individual homeowner lots that provide these requests to us. And so it just gives us that bit of backing to make sure that we're approving something that's in accordance with making sure that we have the maintenance needs that we have, the intervals that we have, and in keeping with, just the utility of our river corridor.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
And Mr. Mills, if this does turn out to be the last time that you address us, I just want to express our appreciation again for your service to Provo.
Thank you all.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just want to say maybe there's an opportunity here to expand some of these criteria. There's probably areas where 100-foot setback is too much, and there might be areas where 100-foot setback is not enough. We might consider design guidelines along the river corridor. Should take a careful look at access. This should generally just be a publicly accessible amenity and not something that's exclusive to adjacent property owners. So my hope is that we would look at this more carefully.
Mr. Harney.
I guess first I want to say to Mr. Mills that we're going to miss him. We're going to miss him a lot. I appreciate what he said. Let me see if I can put it in a nutshell. Basically, these encroachments, I think he called them, these variances from the 100-foot setback are already allowed. And basically, if we pass this, we're just putting the criteria on. And so it's less undefined and more explicit. I appreciate what Councilor Ellsworth just said. I think it would be good to have these design criteria and things like that. I don't think we're going to get to that today, and I don't think passing this today would hurt or hinder that. And so I think as we complete those planning processes, that would be a good time to implement those. But in the meantime, is it better to have the status quo, or is it better to make these changes? So I think that perhaps is how I'm going to be looking at it tonight when we vote on it. And then I guess the last thing, I'll just ask Councilor Ellsworth after the meeting about to try to understand what she's thinking. But so yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilor Hoban.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could get some information on the 3 applications that are currently existing. The reason is I'm curious to see what the implications are for this. So for example, I think you mentioned 3 applications are in process right now. How does this help, or how does not doing this impede people's ability to do business in Provo or build a home or whatever? So I think it might just provide a little context around why we would want to approve this. If you could provide that, that'd be great.
So one of those applications would be for an office building or commercial building, or something, a fairly small building of that type, that the lot is severely impacted by the 100-foot setback, and it's in an area where the 100-foot setback really isn't necessary for purposes of flood control or river protection. It is having a significant impact on the value and use of the piece of property. On the other one, the developer, from the concept plans we've seen so far, he's doing a very good job, or has done a very good job, treating the river the way has generally been described here, and protecting it, making it an amenity, making it publicly accessible, and all of those kinds of things. But again, he's going to have areas that will be development areas that will come closer than 100 feet. So if we don't pass this, then those people are going to have to go to the Board of Adjustment and try to convince the Board of Adjustment of a variance. The variance criteria are hard to meet. You can't always convince the board of that. So this just helps us to be more consistent, more fair across the board, if we can move something like this forward. With the rules we have in place now have been in place for many years. It's not fatal to us if the city council is uncomfortable moving forward with this. We'll continue to do things the way we've been doing them, but this would be helpful. Does that help, sir?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Can you send me the address of where the approximately where the office building would be? Sometimes I just like to get a visual.
I will offline.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you. Now we'll flip back to, let's see where we're at. We did 8, 9, and 10. So we are now on item number 11, which is a presentation from the Neighborhood Program Review Committee regarding the possible changes to the neighborhood program.
Mr. Chair, as Malia gets ready to present, our intention is to present to the council an overview of the recommendations from the Neighborhood Program Review Committee. And then when Malia is done, I'd like to facilitate a discussion with the council as we try and get your perspectives and some direction on the direction that this committee should go. Because if you're accepting of these concepts, then the next step for us is to start drafting language for both the code and the neighborhood program handbook.
Thank you. Malia.
Great, thank you. And John will pull up the slides so we can go ahead and get started. But as Cliff had mentioned, today we're just going over what the committee has met with, just what they have gone through, the people that they've met with, and the basic guidelines of recommendations. Today is not the day that we're going to get into specifics. We just want to see if the committee is going in the right direction and get some general feedback on a couple of decision points. And then the committee can go back and take some further action. So start just going through an overview of why this committee was created in the first place. And this committee's goal is to focus on the neighborhood program. And some specific things about that. So specifically the large number of individual neighborhoods. Provo has 34. And the difficulty in finding volunteers to serve as chairs or to participate within the neighborhood programs. There's an inconsistency in elections, meetings, function of individual neighborhoods, neighborhood to neighborhood, resolving complaints and issues within the program, and then also the land use application process and how that works in tandem with the neighborhood program. So the committee took on a review process and spoke with a lot of people and tried to gather as much research from those familiar with the program and others that are experts in neighborhood and community development. So specifically, the committee members spoke with some current and past neighborhood chairs, community partners, city staff who work with the neighborhood representatives, matching grant coordinators and grant recipients of the program, other neighborhood programs from across the country. And throughout all of these discussions, the committee was looking for the best ways to accomplish the current goals of the program, but then also taking a look at the program and asking if its current structure and also operation is accomplishing those goals, and if it needs to be adjusted either in structure or if the goals need to be adjusted. So next, the committee came up with different focuses that the program should be focusing on. These, there are 5. These are the top 3. So number 1 is building community by improving the networks of relationship among the people who live and work in that neighborhood. So overall, creating social capital, to utilize social capital to improve the lives of individuals in the neighborhood. And then the second is fostering civic engagement. So again, that kind of builds off of number 1. And that's encouraging residents of Provo to be involved at a local level with their neighborhood, but also at a city level with the government and at the state. And the third priority is advising the council on neighborhood needs and allocation of resources. So this includes neighborhood visioning and then also the grants program. So then we come to our recommendations. And again, we're talking in general terms tonight. We just want to see if these are recommendations the committee has come up with that the council feels comfortable with in going forward. So first, there is a large number of neighborhoods, 34, which has led to a heavier burden on staff, as well as an inconsistency in the neighborhood performances. So committee members would like to elevate the area council structure that's already present within the neighborhood program. This structure has 5 neighborhood area councils. So these would then become the primary foundation of the program. Each of these would provide a representative to the neighborhood advisory boards, and area councils would have representation from the neighborhoods within its area. And so area representatives would be appointed by the council, and the specifics on that is something to be worked out and to be determined. The council office's focus would be on the neighborhood area councils rather than the 34 individual neighborhoods. So each of the area councils would work with the member neighborhoods within that area, but no longer would city staff directly work with the 34 individual neighborhoods. So currently in that table, you can see there's 34 chairs, 64 vice and assistant chairs, all of which Karen in our office is directly trying to work with all of them. The proposed would be taking the 5 area council representatives and those councils and working with those. So these are just answering some basic questions about this before we get into a discussion. Does this eliminate the 34 individual neighborhoods? No, all of those neighborhoods would still remain intact, but they would be working underneath the elevated neighborhood area councils that they belong to. Second, do the residents lose their voice on land use applications in their neighborhood? Also, no, they're still able to give input via open city hall, emailing and mailing the council, commenting at planning commission and city council meetings, and contacting those within their neighborhood and speaking with them. So it was determined that there were more effective ways to gather input on land use and development applications, which are currently done through required neighborhood meetings, and that's outlined in current city code. And the current use of Open City Hall online platform has been working well for this purpose. And technology makes it possible to reach more people and allow them to learn about the proposal as well as contribute comments. Information can be presented in a more unbiased way, and all input is delivered to policymakers. And all other avenues such as email, mail, public comment are still available. And applicants may still present their proposal at neighborhood area council meetings if desired. So this is what brings us to the next steps and where Cliff will be taking over on the discussion for this. So if the council approves these recommendations, then the neighborhood program committee review committee will work with staff to flesh out more of the details and necessary changes to the city code. Also, the details of the program and changes to the city code would return to the full council for their approval. And this would, we recommend an educational campaign as well as an event to celebrate graduating the neighborhood program into this new future structure and plan that we think would really benefit all the residents of Provo and as well as the city. So from there, I'm going to hand it over to Cliff and he will go ahead and lead the discussion on this.
Thank you. Thanks, Malia. What we'd like to do now is just have you weigh in on what you've seen. Is there a general sense of approval for this? Is there some opposition to some points? We ask you to stay, at the 10 or 30,000 foot level with some of these and not necessarily get down to the specific language of a city code, but that's something we'd bring back to you later. So just open it up to whoever wants to say anything, whether it's about the process or specific items in the presentation.
Mr. Hardy. Thanks. I appreciate the thought that has gone into this. I like that some of these things that we're talking about are novel, and so it's always good to get fresh eyes. And so I'm trying not to, just because something's new, I'm trying not to react negatively to it and keep an open mind on some of these. But I do have to say at first blush, some make me a little uncomfortable, and I'll have to look at it more and whatnot. So I'll just kind of some thoughts as it hits me. So many. One was, pointed out that sometimes we have a hard time finding volunteers who are willing to be chairs. But we're still talking about doing 34 neighborhoods. So if the history it predicts the future, we're going to have some neighborhoods without chairs. And so then, does it default then to the area, representative or area person? And now that's someone that's appointed by the council. And so now neighborhoods without a chair are now being represented by someone appointed by the council rather than elected by their neighbors. But I guess that's on them to find someone that would be willing to do that. But anyway, I guess I was kind of hopeful that we might look at R34 and say, are there, what is the optimal size of a neighborhood, and are there some that are below that? And should we be combining some? Anyway, so that's a thought on that. The appointment, I'm trying to wrap my head around the dynamic of the council. Would these be employees? Would these be volunteers that are to be the area representative? And is that a fairly heavy task? And that dynamic, that might be tough to be a person appointed by the council. And would the council do that? Would the council staff make those recommendations with the advice and consent of the
Councilor, let me maybe try and address a couple of those for you.
Okay, sure.
Because I think you'll add more questions than I can answer in my memory. But if you think about the structure that we currently have in the code, it actually spells out 5 area councils.
Mm-hmm.
And the area councils currently are, if properly fleshed out, or properly appointed, however you want to, staffed, if you will, the area council is represented by the neighborhood chair or a vice chair from each of the 34 or each of the neighborhoods within. So there's roughly 6 or 7 neighborhoods to each area council. We also know that some of our neighborhoods are very active and some aren't. So the recognition is that we already have in code this idea of an area council. They don't tend to operate. What intends instead to happen is that we have some really strong neighborhood chairs who are very, very active and dominate the process, not necessarily in a bad way, but they are the most active, and that's who we see. We don't see the area councils themselves actually working in any kind of productive way. What we do see also is we have this neighborhood advisory board. So the neighborhoods supply the personnel into the area council. The area councils then supply a representative into the neighborhood advisory board, which also has 2 or 3 council members, total membership of 9. So what we want to do is be able to focus on the broader area councils and have those work within the structure rather than focus on 34 individuals and 64 vice chairs. Have someone appointed, preferably from each neighborhood, but not necessarily have to have if we don't have any good candidates from that spot. And we haven't gotten into the detail and talked about how many people would be on an area council or whatever. But one of the suggestions that came up, and I'll throw it out as an example, one of the suggestions came up, and we've had requests for this from different neighborhood chairs over the years, and that is, why not provide them with some budget money to help them throw a neighborhood party, to do some improvements in the neighborhood, to find ways of bringing the neighborhoods together. So if you had something like that, then your area council would actually be responsible for it back to the council for the use of that money. That's just one example. But the feeling was for the staff perspective from the city is not to be dealing with 34 individuals, but rather dealing with 5 councils and be able to work with them in that way. And then as far as your question about would they be appointed or elected or whatever, because so often our neighborhood chairs, the one that gets elected is the one that stands up and says, yeah, I'll do it, right? The feeling is that, I think the feeling of the committee was that if you had people apply, we could look about where they live, we could look at what they bring to just like we would any other board or commission that the mayor appoints with your advice and consent. So we're thinking about moving into that realm of soliciting people who want to volunteer for this, for the community and work at that level.
But, so it wouldn't necessarily be from chairs. We wouldn't be electing or appointing from.
I would say that we haven't got to that detail, but I would argue that instead of, you wouldn't be necessarily electing neighborhood chairs anymore, you'd be like electing people who represent the neighborhood, and that the area council would probably, again, we haven't got to that detail, but area council would probably elect their own chair. Whereas now we've refer to them as an area rep, and the area rep would go. So I think if you just flip some of those terminologies over, you probably end up with neighborhood reps who are on the area council. The area council would have a chair, and that chair would be on the neighborhood advisory board.
And then the one last thought that struck me is, I know we're inheriting these area reps or these areas from somewhere in the past, but just looking at that map, I would guess that the largest one probably has 3 times the population of the smallest one. And so I would hope that the committee looks at that. And I don't think we need to get to 0.1% like redistricting wants to do on balancing population, but we may want to look at that and say, is that the best way to divide up those neighborhoods into different areas? We may want to look at that a little closer.
I would agree that probably looking at how a neighborhood is defined and constructed, if you look at the way our neighborhoods are laid out right now, there is usually some kind of geographical boundary that forms that neighborhood. For instance, the 3 neighborhoods on the west side are basically west side neighborhoods, and they're defined by some articulating line. I think it's the northeast neighborhood is
area or neighborhood.
Area is defined by Provo River. I think if I remember right, University Avenue, and then University Parkway is generally where those are. So there's usually some kind of geographical impediment that helps form where your neighborhood is or your area.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort that the committee has put into these recommendations. I'm generally supportive of all 3. I don't completely understand the emphasis on the 5 area groups. Part of my confusion is that there's 5 council districts, and so people are represented by 5 representatives that they duly elected in a proper election. So I just am trying to understand, what does the neighborhood, what do we call it, an area rep offer or provide? What are their responsibilities?
Think of it as a collective body, the area, the neighborhood area council, right?
Okay.
Not just the one person, but the group of 7 or 9 or whatever the number ends up being.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, so that's just something I'm grappling with. I don't understand completely the idea that people aren't represented, or that we need to provide another level of representation in an informal, illegitimate election, because we do have true elections, and everyone who votes is represented in those elections. So this is just something I'm grappling with, and it might go beyond this discussion, but maybe this is something the committee talked about and you could share insight on.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a stab at it and then let others who are more qualified than me keep going with it. But one of the things that I think happens in neighborhood councils that doesn't happen through elected officials is this idea of organizing and facilitating the grant program. And I think that has been a successful part of the existing neighborhood program is the fact that they have the ability to kind of, they have some self-determination, right, in these neighborhoods to be able to do something good for their neighborhood that an elected official might have no awareness of, or at least more limited awareness of. And so one of the things that we are hoping to accomplish is to continue with the idea that these neighborhoods and maybe these regions or council areas can still accomplish those types of projects. And I do think it's perhaps a superior channel for that to occur than an elected official in an official role. So anyway, that's my initial thought.
Mr. Hanley?
If I could just add something to that question. I was meeting just last week with Brian Henry on the Planning Commission, and we were talking about housing and housing planning and what he was calling sort of deliberate, I'm not remembering his term off the top of my head right now, but deliberate planning, or, intentional development, I think was the phrase. Getting the kinds of projects we want in the locations where they're most needed. And I feel like that's one of the strongest advantages of having sort of a grassroots connection to local communities in the city, is that if we can channel the energy that people have around the curbs that they see are needed on their street, or the sidewalks that are missing, or the safety issues with pedestrians, or the kind of housing opportunities that are presented in some neighborhoods that are maybe harder to find in others, that this takes advantage of, we hope, the strengths of that kind of grassroots connection to local neighborhoods, but because it has a sort of higher superstructure, then it sort of allows those conversations to be with peers in neighboring neighborhoods and with the area council that can hopefully assist that process, so that it's not just a kind of protection of a particular neighborhood that doesn't want to change or doesn't want to be a part of the city conversation in a fruitful way. So, but I think, going back to what Malia was presenting at the very beginning, we definitely want more connection and more citizen involvement. And this seems to be one way we hope for that to happen. And, but hopefully this way, without the sort of unevenness of the elections, we can prevent a lot of the friction and the conflict and sort of the various interpretations of how much authority a neighborhood chair has, right? That this just kind of evens everything out and evens those voices out in different, but I don't think we don't know exactly what the magic number is for areas. I think we thought of 5 because of the 5 districts. That felt natural at first, but then I thought, well, there are 2 citywide people who maybe would prefer to see it differently. If we created 7, it could get a little complicated, because people would say, well, which is the council and which is the district, and why are they not the same? So we've got to work through some of those kinds of questions. But I think, again, it's just the general concept of this that we're.
And where the numbers 5, 6, 7, 10,
Yeah.
something less than 34, I think is kind of what people on the committee and the staff would prefer. I think one thing to think about is, as we get into, further down into it, one of the issues, again, as George Councilor Hanley just mentioned, is this idea of, if you put a council member, say ex officio, on that area council or representing the council to, back and forth, a liaison role, we've got 5 council members that have districts and 2 at large. Do we try and put the council member who's responsible for a particular neighborhood area council, or do we try and match that up the best we can? Or do we just make 7 and assign you each to 1? That's a question, for the council to wrestle with as we get further into the development of this. So I guess my first question is, I will note that Councilor Fillmore,
Cliff,
and looks like Karen's got her hand up.
We've got some comments. Council office first.
Okay.
I guess that's Karen.
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to read for the right place on my screen. So I just wanted to comment that it's really important to remember how many details still need to be worked out. And this is meant to be at a very high level. And it's really easy to ask a bunch of questions about who and how many and that kind of thing. And the point of bringing it really early at a very high level was to make sure that we're going in the right direction before we sort out pickier details. And so if we spend the limited amount of time we have today on trying to sort some of those finer questions, we're never going to know if the committee was going in a direction you approve of or not. So that's the purpose today. I kind of wanted to like get everybody back on track. So, so we have some sort of outcome for the committee to work on next, or know if we just got to start again from scratch. That was all I wanted to say.
Councillor Fillmore.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a couple of thoughts. My perception is that the neighborhood program is a good thing conceptually, in terms of education, feedback, going both directions, citizen involvement, all those things. And I know it seems to have functioned in a flawed way, largely because we can't always count on having really good neighborhood chairs or those who are actively involved. I appreciate all the time and thought that Karen and her group have put into this. Initially, I thought that these 5 districts were pretty much aligned with the current council districts geographically. And I was thinking that could be a good thing. It could be a real help to me. It would enhance my ability to get the word out on things and get feedback from citizens in my district. I just thought that would be a positive. The only possible problem with that would be if I had a district, what do you call it? I guess an area rep or whatever, that was a difficult personality, where I was kind of at odds with that person. That would be unpleasant. But the fact is, the neighborhood program is in fact a creature of the council. And so we should be able to create a neighborhood program that functions in a way that the council is comfortable with. And one of those is that the council would be appointing each of those area reps. And we likely wouldn't appoint anybody that we knew would be hard to work with. So in that regard, I'd suggest taking a stronger look maybe at aligning these areas with the council districts, looking at the pros and cons of that, just to kind of simplify representation and relationships, but also give some consideration to how long these appointments last. I would suggest that these appointments are for 1 or 2 years and not beyond that. But obviously, as Karen has indicated, and others, a lot of detail to work out here still. So just some thoughts.
Council, in terms of the switch, he makes some good points. And one of the things I would say that in terms of dividing it up, say into 5 districts that match the council, that could be what you decide if you choose to decide as a council that that's the way you want to do it. You will be going through a redistricting process between January and March, in which you'll be setting the districts for the next election cycle. And so that's a possibility. You could go down that road as a council, if that's how you wanted to structure them. So again, that's to be determined. So here's the question I have for you. On this switch from a focus on 34 individual neighborhoods to whatever the number is of area councils, are you supportive of that direction?
Before we answer that, Councillor Ellsworth has a comment or question, and then I have some questions first as well.
Yeah, just trying to keep this high level. I'm generally supportive of these 3 points that came from the committee. 2 points I want to make is when I visited with Bill Holterstrom over the years, who's the chair or CEO of United Way, he makes a really good point that neighborhoods are self-defined, and that those aren't necessarily easily drawn by people who don't live there or don't experience that place and space. And so I hope there's some flexibility for boundaries. And I think that by having fewer geographic boundaries, if you will, if that's 5 or something like that, that probably creates more room for people to self-define their neighborhood. And then along those same lines, I remember part of a presentation indicated that when the boundaries were originally drawn, they were drawn around religious congregations. And I don't feel like that's a good route to go or to continue, because that's not completely representative of Provo's population. My second point is that I think this council, the next council, and the public should have a conversation about having 7 council districts instead of 5 council districts and 2 citywide officials. Many other cities in Utah do that, and that provides more specific geographic representation. Salt Lake City has all districts, South Jordan has all districts. So I think that that could be an answer or an alternative solution to some of the issues that we're grappling with. And maybe the committee will think about that. It's not specific to their committee assignment, but maybe they'll find some value in that, or maybe that's a conversation to be had in the year 2022.
Thank you. Just a side comment on that. I looked into that a little bit a few years ago, and I found the larger city gets, the higher the chance that they go to all district representation. So that's an interesting potential discussion. So I just have a few questions. I'm really struggling to understand the structure of this. It's so different than what I've experienced. So you mentioned that there's still going to be the 34 neighborhoods, right? But no neighborhood chairs or vice chairs.
There could be the 34 neighborhoods. You could do away with them, or you could just identify areas. But right now we are focused on the 34 neighborhoods and not so much on the area council. Yet the neighborhood program is defined in city code as neighborhoods within an area council. We've informally kind of gone away from that, or if it ever was very strong structure, but we are definitely focused on 34 neighborhoods and not 5 or whatever area councils.
But okay, just to understand the structure. So the 5 or whatever number councils, and there's a larger number of neighborhoods, not necessarily 34, right?
Right.
And there's you mentioned a representative. Are they appointed or are they elected, and what is their job?
So that's the second part there. And I think the preference of the committee was to appoint rather than have them elected in their neighborhoods. It would give the council, since this is the council's program, we talked about other models, right? There's other models where a neighborhood just has a grassroots association. They go to the council and they lobby the council on whatever issue that matters to them. But we've created one as a way of having communication back and forth and supporting their neighborhoods. And so therefore it's the council's program and meant to facilitate those interactions. So the preference was, rather than have elections where maybe one person stands up and you have 3 people showing up for a neighborhood meeting to elect them, or having a neighborhood chair who is always the neighborhood chair for even decades because nobody else ever volunteers and no one else ever wants to challenge them. It gives the council the ability to move more people through the program. It gives the ability to select to select people who are who they think might be better representatives for the neighborhood than perhaps somebody else, or whatever qualifications you determine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still just trying to understand the structure.
No, you're fine.
I think I understand the rationale and the reasons, but so the proposal is for the council to appoint 5 or some number close to that council representatives, and for the council to appoint either 34 or some smaller number of neighborhood representatives.
Well, if you had, let's just use the numbers we've got up here. So if you had 5 neighborhoods or 5 area councils, you might appoint, say, 5, 6, 7, 8 people to represent that whole area council from the community. And, and depending on how you define how you do that, it could be by the neighborhood, or you could say we want, when I was working for the governor's office, we had some committees that I was responsible for, and we had to try and staff them. And the language we used was, you're trying to get geographical representation from around the state. So sometimes that means you might get two people from West Jordan, but you might also have someone from St. George. Here, it might be that you get two people from Grandview and you have someone else from Carterville, right? Or maybe once in a while, maybe we don't have somebody from East Bay, but we've got two people from Provost. I mean, those are the kinds of things that, however you define it, will be how you select. And if it were me drafting it or me recommending it to the council, I would recommend to have some kind of requirement for geographical representation. But I don't know if I'd go as far as saying you have to have one person from each of our historically defined neighborhoods. And to Councilor Ellsworth's point earlier, some of the boundaries that were drawn, if you think about it, they were drawn by, based on ecclesiastical boundaries. Some of those were decades ago when they were drafted. So generally, I think when we look at the map now, you'll see that they tend to fall around geographical structures, not ecclesiastical boundaries.
Councillor Hoban.
Well, I was just going to say that, Dave, we could still have the 34 neighborhoods and have people elected as a chair and vice chair there. And then we still appoint 5 people to be part of the area council. So you can still have neighborhood chairs and vice chairs if we want to do it that way. So just keep that in mind. But we were not planning on appointing 35 chairs or vice chairs to all the neighborhoods. So I don't know if that clarifies what you were asking, but think of it like this. You have your neighborhoods, your historic neighborhoods that we have right now. We're adding an area council and we're appointing them. That was the proposal. But you could still have people elected to neighborhood chairs and vice chairs. And then if a neighborhood isn't very active and there's no neighborhood chair or vice chair that rises to the top, they still have representation from the area council. So they still have somebody advocating for them, even if they don't have a chair or vice chair who is active on their behalf, or somebody who is active on their behalf. So I think somebody asked, why do we need the 5? And I think there's 2 reasons. One is Karen and the staff can't keep up with 35 neighborhoods. There's like 100 people that are chairs, vice chairs from those 35 neighborhoods. And so we have to kind of streamline that process of like official communication and such. So there's no way Karen's going to be able to attend 35 neighborhood meetings all the time, right? And so, but she can attend 5 area councils. So you're kind of streamlining the official interactions, though it doesn't neuter the neighborhood at all in their ability to advocate, the matching grant program, advocate on behalf of their neighborhood regarding developments, zone changes, things like that. That can all still occur. And then also the other reason I mentioned why still the 5, and I think it's exactly the reason I mentioned a minute ago, which is when you have a neighborhood that doesn't have, a neighborhood chair or vice chair, they're not showing up at the table. But if we have 5 area councils and they're responsible for a neighborhood, even if nobody else is, then somebody's showing up to represent them, if that makes sense. And I know Shannon Ellsworth was asking, well, they have city council reps, but to Dave Shipley's point and George Handley's point, the purpose is not legislative like our purpose is. They should be community building. They should be advocating on behalf of their community and things that we might not necessarily have the chance to. Anyways, I know I went beyond your scope of your question, which was structure, but hopefully I answered a structure question. And I was just trying to provide a little more context of why it's structured that way.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead because I think you might be having the same thought I am.
No, you go ahead.
Always going to test me.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about the appointment process.
Yeah. So to the comments from Councilor Holben kind of illustrates that we haven't worked out the ultimate structure and how we're going to do all of it. But what we're trying to get a sense from you is whether or not you're in favor of these concepts, and then let the committee go back to work and start putting some language. Because when you get down to the detail, that's when you're going to start having some more objections or more senses of support. To council, my understanding, Councilor Holben, was that we wouldn't be doing neighborhood chairs so much as we'd be doing representatives, hopefully from every neighborhood. And, one of the questions we talked about very briefly was, what do we do with the existing neighborhood chairs? Well, it could be very likely that the council could choose to put them all on the area councils if they chose. We haven't talked about how to stagger or anything like that. So it's just, we wanted to get through and see, are you supportive of these concepts? And if so, will you pass a motion to say, supportive of these concepts, and, go back and do some more work on it?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, and I would. Oh. Sorry, I'll just say real quick. My point was, if that's something that somebody has a concern with, we could entertain that and look at that. Keeping, a chair and a vice chair. If that's, again, to your point, a lot of this is still up for grabs. Sorry, George, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I personally feel like, I assumed we were not having elections. I mean, if we did have elections, we are not solving one of the problems that we were trying to solve, which is to reduce the burden on our staff and create conditions for trouble where there's a perception that maybe the election wasn't fair or whatever. There is a perception problem that we recognized right away, and that is that if we're appointing these people, that will look like we're, undermining democracy, that we're not wanting to have local voices or local input. And obviously, I'm not sure there's a way to completely avoid those perceptions. But we did feel like, and so maybe I'm just getting a little bit farther down the road, but I think it's probably helpful just to think this through a minute. If there was a way in which we could tweak it so that maybe it's a nomination process, it's a combination of local input and our working with people that we feel will be really helpful to us. That may be part of the solution, but it also seems to me that if we're making it pretty clear that these are I love what Mr. Hoban just said about building community rather than acting legislatively, then maybe that also takes some of that pressure off of the perception that this is a political appointment. It's obviously in some degree everything we do is political, but I think it's more of a communitarian and communication issue, I think, that we're really trying to work toward. So I really think there's a way. I don't know exactly what it looks like yet, but I think there's a way to shape that process and define it so that it can make expectations super clear, reduce a lot of the tensions, and kind of equalize the partners. Because the other thing I like about it is the possibility that you have area reps who see themselves as peers, and they're listening to each other, and it's not one neighborhood against another, pitted against another, but they're kind of there, because there often are, right? We know, like when BRT came, that had local impacts all over the city, but it was also sort of a citywide discussion where you had different needs and different impacts in different parts of the city, and it was an important moment for us to be listening to those specific concerns, but across, or maybe in a context in which we were listening to each other and more answerable to each other rather than just fighting from a particular turf. So I'm optimistic that we can get this right to a point where we reduce those likelihoods.
Councilor Harding.
Thanks. This has been a very helpful discussion. It's really helped me kind of form my opinion on these discussion points. I've really appreciated hearing from the various counselors, because I love hearing the vision that is being expressed here, especially, like what is the purpose of these neighborhoods? And I love hearing that from the various counselors, because at times I felt this is a program that I've loved because of what I learned from it and what it's meant to my neighborhood. And I haven't always felt like everyone on the council really kind of had that same vision. So that was really neat to hear. Can we, on the slides, can we go back to the focuses? And I will get to those three that we're being asked to weigh in on.
Just want to keep everybody cognizant. We have 9 minutes before we had anticipated ending to go into a closed meeting. So
number 2, it talks about foster civic engagement and investment. I'd love to see empowerment added to that list, because I do see that as one of the best things that neighborhoods can do. We've talked about the difference between legislative and community building or community focus. And I really feel like one of the beauties of the neighborhood program, and let me pick on social media a little bit. Sometimes I feel like people will get on social media and they'll just say, well, here's a problem, city, why haven't you fixed it? And I think often when we're approached by people as council members, we're being approached like, here's a problem, the city needs to fix it. At its best, I feel like the neighborhood, instead of like saying, okay, well, you neighborhood chair, you go tell the city that they need to fix something. It's, okay, what are we going to do to fix this problem that our neighborhood is facing? And obviously, if you don't have an active neighborhood, if you don't have a neighborhood chair, it's hard to have those things. But in the areas that are functioning well, that is, I think, one of the healthiest things that we can do for our city is to empower the residents to fix stuff for themselves in their own neighborhoods and be their partner in that, but let them do that. And so I loved hearing what Travis said, because if we're talking about doing away with neighborhoods, or maybe, I would love to see the neighborhood program, the neighborhoods, particularly the ones that are able to function themselves. Let's let them continue on. And then more and more, I've come around to this idea of the council focuses on the 5 areas, and then those area reps or area chairs, or however we want to call it, whatever the terminology is, then support the neighborhoods that are inside that. So I was really encouraged by that. I thought the discussion had been, neighborhoods would select a representative, and then those representatives are on an area council that's of that collection, and then the council appoints someone to that. I think I more and more I'm like, I can get behind that. If we're talking about appointing, that the council appoints all of the representatives in there, I do worry about that. I would like to keep a bit more of the people themselves select their representatives. I wonder, and I'm just going to throw this out, I wonder if, and maybe Cliff, you've had some experience with this, but if that area council, we have 5 different area councils, and we have an appointed person, what if they acted more like a secretary general for that? So each, you have your different reps from the different areas, but then you have one person who is the liaison, who facilitates it, who has more training or whatever. And anyway, that might be something to look at. I'm just throwing out ideas. But with all of that said, and if we're still working on empowerment of the people to fix their own problems, sorry, can we go to the discussion points, the 3 that you wanted us to weigh in on? If that's kind of,
which one do you want?
It says discussions at the top, the one that we've, if it's the final.
I passed it.
Right there, discussion. I think I can support that. I can support all 3 of those. And so I would suggest, or I recommend I support the committee looking into this further. And I think you are on the right track.
Can I make just a really simple comment? Sure. One of the things that I'm really optimistic about this is if we have a program that we can facilitate regular meetings in a regular place and have it be more accessible and regular, as crazy as that sounds, I think that would make a world of difference for the program overall, to empower people to feel like they have something they can count on, a place that they can give voice, a place that they can come together with other people in a community to do projects and to do good things for their area. I just think we might be, we're going to get down into details, but that might be the biggest improvement that we could make, is to facilitate a regular meeting with regular opportunity for people to give, and serve with each other. I think that could be huge. And I think it also could create some diversity and some vibrancy with this that we haven't had before. So.
Well, I think I'm the odd man out here, but I'll share my thoughts. My perspective is different because my involvement in the neighborhood program is really what sparked my interest in local government. I'm opposed to the first two items. I think especially the one in the middle, appoint rather than elect. First of all, I feel like it's an unwise road to go down for the council, a legislative body, to be making political appointments, or to be making appointments of people who are supposed to represent citizens. I think that's traditionally an executive function, and I feel like if these neighborhood reps aren't elected, if they're appointed by us, I don't really recognize this as being a neighborhood program. I feel like we're ending it, frankly, with this proposal. And if we're going to do that or go down this road, I personally would feel more comfortable turning this over to the mayor and the administration and saying, do you want to have a neighborhood program, and let them administer it, create that board or whatever, and we could advise and consent on the appointments. Because I just think the executive branch could be much more efficient in administering something like this. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the method of appointment, but there's probably a lot of ways that we could address it too, right? You could seek appointments from the mayor, you could seek appointments from the council, you could find ways of doing that, but those things haven't been determined.
Okay.
Is there enough support on this from the council to adopt a motion or to propose a motion to support the committee kind of taking the next steps in this?
If we need a motion. Do we need a motion? If so, I can make one.
I believe Councillor Fillmore just tried to make a motion. Could you express what that motion is?
I will second Shannon's motion, which I anticipate endorses the program.
I didn't make a motion, but I appreciate your support, Bill. Let me make a motion. Hopefully it's needed. If it's not, let me know. But I move that the council show its support for the 3 recommendations that are currently shown, and advise the committee to move forward with more detail.
Second.
Councillor Ellsworth, seconded by Councillor Fillmore. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Thanks for your confidence, Mr. Fillmore.
You're welcome, Ms. Ellsworth.
Councillor Hoban?
I guess my only discussion would be that there's still a lot of details to work out. And, supporting this isn't saying this is, exactly what we want, but just more so we're headed in the right direction. I think, I've already gotten some feedback from some neighborhood chairs that they want to still, be involved in land use applications, and they still want to hold elections. And so I think we're going to have a lot to consider here. And we will definitely, take everyone's consideration as we move forward with this committee, to ensure that, we're whatever ideas kind of get further down into the filter, that we're being cognizant of all the different implications. So, Dave Sewell and Dave Harding, your comments aren't going to go unnoted.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? I'll call for a roll call vote then. Let's just all, I'll just call it each person's name. We'll start over in this end. Counselor Hanley?
Yes.
Counselor Shipley?
Yes.
I, Dave Sewell, vote no. Counselor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Counselor Harding?
Yes, in part based on Counselor Hoban's last comments.
Counselor Fillmore?
Yes.
Counselor Hoban?
Yes.
So that motion passes 6-1. And do you have any instructions for us on the, oh, we need a motion.
You'll need a motion to go to a closed meeting. There are 4 items. Brian will sum them better and I will.
All of those items have to do with either property or, let's see, acquisition or sale of property, and character and competence of individuals, all of which are purposes for closed meetings authorized by the statute. So it'd be appropriate for there to be a motion at this time.
Okay, we'll look for a motion to close the meeting.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Hanley, seconded by Counselor Ellsworth. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? We have we have 5 hands here. Counselor Fillmore
Yes.
and Counselor Hoban are both in the affirmative
Yes.
as well. So we'll adjourn or not adjourn. We'll close the meeting and meet in 10 minutes in the normal place.